the full movie interactive, so...
The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker?
I can see people's dreams.
I've set up an experiment.
My dad is trying to hurt me.
Quantum suicide. Have you heard of it?
If I concentrate hard enough, and I know when the person's going to be asleep, I can have the dream with them.
Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood.
It feels like the paintings are watching me.
Sometimes, when I walk through a door, it takes me somewhere else. Literally, somewhere else.
God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman evolve. What was once chaotic becomes, well, more ordered.
It starts as a door-to-door saleswoman. Double glazing, probably.
Dr. Dekker, I think we both know what you dreamed about last night.
I've seen its silhouette changing through the window.
Because he thinks I'm evil. Because I can see things other people can't.
On the basis, the central component of our universe is
The kid seems the
chaos.
most sane out of everybody
Science can only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time.
I did what you said, Doctor. They arrested me.
Which means that at any given moment, we can choose to
What did you
alter
say
our
to do?
perception of the world. No matter how much chaos that would cause.
I thought you were supposed to fix me.
I'm telling you, it's eating people. And you're just laughing.
You're insane, Doctor.
Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job!
If they think the doctor's insane off of what they just been saying on the couch, I'd really hate to see what he's talking about.
You're late. And after all those promises, never mind, let's not keep the patient. You're late. And after all those promises. You're late.
You're late.
And after all those promises, never mind. Doctor, you're late. And after all those promises, never mind, let's not keep the patients waiting. And if you want anything, just... Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm not going to be here. The police still have some questions they want to ask about, you know. And then after that, I'm dropping in to see Ben. He's still in shock, and I thought we'd show we cared. We do still care, don't we, Doctor? Good. Anyway, I hope you're all caught up on Dr. Dekker's tapes. I think Mariana is in first, but I'm sure they'll all become a blur by the end of the day. I'll see you later. Or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. I'll leave it to you then.
Okay, so Dr. Dekker was seeing these patients, and now we, the new doctor, have to review his patients we're taking on. Alright. So we get to choose who to talk to first? Where's the little kid? She seemed like the most sane. Alright, let's we can go with Mariana, I guess. Oh, I have to text it? Okay.
I think you're supposed to tell me what's wrong with me. Isn't that how it works? The police keep picking me up for public nudity.
Oh. Okay.
I black out. And then the next thing I remember, I'm naked on the beach, like I've been washed up on shore. Nobody's pressed charges yet, but I can feel it. The police are getting suspicious. Nope. Don't know.
You don't know if you drink? I'm assuming there's no slang in here, so I gotta write proper English sentence.
No, I don't know about that.
Okay, let's ask somebody else.
I do suffer from blackouts, which is strange as I can hold my breath for a really long time.
What's up, Red?
But I'm not swimming before I black out. Dr. Dekker thought it was anxiety originally. Then he worked it out. He eventually decided it wasn't anxiety, but I'm not going to tell you his final diagnosis. We should have a fresh start. I don't want you influenced by the prognosis.
Okay. Do you know anything about
Well, that's why you're here, isn't it? You've replaced him. He was a good listener. I hope you are.
It doesn't ask me.
I want to stop having the blackouts. I want to stop waking up at the beach. I want to remember those entire evenings. Can you suggest anything that might help? I film myself doing lots of things, but it's not so easy to do when you're blacked out.
It's decently easy to put a camera in your house. What is she talking about? Alright. Can someone watch you when you black out?
Will you do it for me? Will you watch me to see what happens?
Hell no.
I work for myself. I make bracelets from things I find on the beach and sell them online. I spend a lot of time at the beach. It's just way more relaxing than anywhere else. You should come with me one day. I can show you all the sights.
Can't swim, sorry.
So, it's a date then. I'll let you know when.
It's not a date.
Dr. Dekker thought I had generalized anxiety disorder. GAD, because of the blackouts. He thought I was breathing badly. Do you think I'm breathing badly? You can check my breathing if you want.
No thanks.
Do you want me to lie down? Can you tell just by looking at me? I'm not worried about it, just if you are.
She's awkward.
Dr. Dekker could really get inside you. It was, unsettling. But you let him do it. Part of the process, I guess. I'm not sure holding my breath too long is causing blackouts. I mean, it could, but I don't remember ever having a blackout when I'm holding my breath.
Do you remember holding your breath?
I'm Mariana. Are you feeling okay? That's what Dr. Dekker would say. I normally black out when I'm dancing. I like dancing. Do you like dancing?
Save your questions, lady. I'm asking you the questions.
Dancing is good for you in so many ways. Just turn the music up, close your eyes, and let yourself go. You should try it sometime. You think my dancing causes my blackouts? No, I know it's the last thing I remember, but I don't think it's that. Sometimes I remember more, but I'm tired now. Is that it for today?
Hell no, it ain't for today.
I dance a lot at nightclubs. I know most of the nightclubs around here. My favorite is the Pearl because they sell cheap vodka shots all night.
Shouldn't be drugging you?
I don't drink.
Didn't you just say... What the hell?
I never find my clothes. I don't know why I'm naked. When I wake up, my hair is dry, but it's pretty hot at the moment. I get baked quickly by the sun. It's possible I've been in the sea during my blackout. I've been a patient here for 3 months. Today is my patient birthday. Do I get a cake or something?
It shouldn't be done now.
Dr. Dekker was fine. He had good relationships with his patients as far as I know. I'm not sure why anyone would want him dead.
Oh wow, Dr. Dekker is dead. I thought it was the whole... Okay.
I'm Elin. I'm 25 and I'm a nurse. God, I sound like I'm on one of those dating shows. work in a nursing home for the elderly. I basically do end-of-life care. The usual things. Making sure the patients are comfortable, making sure they're not in any pain, and I talk to them. I keep them company. Some of them get pretty frightened about what's coming. Well, those of them that aren't out of it on meds. I comfort them. I started seeing Dr. Dekker a few months ago. I thought it would be nice to have someone I could talk to about work. It can get a bit stressful sometimes. It can be sad sometimes. I don't like losing a patient, but that's the job. I don't get stressed about it or anything. Death is frightening, isn't it? Isn't it what everyone's afraid of? The great unknown. No one should have to face that alone. I don't like it when patients are heavily sedated, especially when there are alternatives, like herbal remedies. I mean, imagine if you only had a few days or weeks left to live. Would you want to spend it asleep?
Probably not.
I'm a qualified herbalist. It's okay, you can laugh. Most people think herbalism is a joke.
I don't.
But I'd much rather help my patients sleep at night with valerian or passion flower than lorazepam, temazepam or zolpidem.
But she has knowledge of both. She can do herbal or she can do medicine.
It's not the job that stresses me. It's the people I work with, the other nurses. They're mean to me.
Thanks for the tweet, Red. The other nurses, why are they mean?
They call me the angel of death because so many patients have died on my shift. I don't think they mean it. Obviously, it's not my fault. It just seems to happen that way.
Yeah, that's a good question. How many patients have died on your shift?
3 last month. 3 the month before that, I think. But only 1 so far this month, so that's good. Although one of my patients, Hilda, I don't think she's got long. She's one of the crotchety ones. Always swearing and spitting at me. Never got anything nice to say. Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep or something. She doesn't bother me though. Terry's one of the other nurses at the home. I don't think she likes me very much.
Why not?
I've known a lot of doctors over the years. Most of them arrogant idiots who think nurses are just there to do their bidding, or worse. Dr. Dekker was different. He had a lot of time for me. He was interested in my problems. He was a bit offbeat, but yeah, I liked him. But then I like most people.
She lying.
I'm not really looking for love at the moment. I'm sort of married to my work, but in a good way. Exactly. I feel like it's almost criminal. like you're robbing people of their last moments on Earth. You should be able to savour the experience, not sleep your way to death. I'm not saying anyone should be happy about dying. I've seen lots of people die, and it's a special moment. There's literally nothing else like it.
I'm assuming that Dr. Dekker died from one of his patients, and I need to figure out who.
I'd been seeing him for about 9 months, I think.
9 months from her.
I think it's terrible what happened to him. So awful. No one deserves to die like that.
How the hell did he die? Claire.
My name is Claire Castleford, and as I'm paying a small fortune for these sessions, I'd expect you to be up to speed, Doctor. Being rich has its perks, but honestly, I would give it all up in a heartbeat if it could free me from this madness. Well, according to your predecessor, I'm a delusional psychotic with obsessive tendencies. Oh, and a history of violence. Sounds so cold when you put it like that, though, doesn't it? Delusions. As in, seeing things that are not there. I'm not going to be any more specific. It's not true in any case. I'm not delusional.
Okay.
I'm obsessed with my husband. It's absurd, really. Because he is here. And he shouldn't be.
What?
Lucky to be alive. He almost died. My husband is not a well man. We've been having problems for a while now.
Okay. Okay, so how did he... What the...
To be fair, there was only one violent outburst. That hardly qualifies as a history of violence. And he provoked me. I stabbed him with a steak knife. Shocking, isn't it?
No, not really. You give me...
It was a brief moment of temporary insanity. Or temporary clarity, I'm not really sure which. David had been having an affair with his assistant optician, Iris. How predictable. Not just the affair, but an optician named Iris. His health, if you can call it that, has been deteriorating rapidly in the last few weeks. I can't cope with caring for him anymore. David has trouble looking after himself. Sometimes I'll leave the lake house and he's just sitting in the rocking chair on the porch. And when I return the next evening, he's still there, just staring into the stars. He needs help, I know, but I can't hire anybody to care for him.
But I thought you said you were rich.
Since our altercation, he's become less and less active. His mind's become less and less active too. Such a delightful conversationalist at one time, now more of an enigmatic husk. I tried to hurt David once. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'm not proud of my behavior, but I was very angry. It was a private matter, though. The police should never have been involved.
Stabbed your husband with a steak knife. I'm sure the police will get involved, buddy. Yeah, do you often
I never used to get angry. Ever. If you're angry, you're not in control. Isn't that right? And it would be very bad for me to lose control. David's staying at the lake house. It belonged to my parents, but I don't use it much anymore. I have the main house to myself. Let's save that for another time, shall we? I'm rich, but I'm not made of money, and I'm fairly sure my time is up. The most shocking thing about Dr. Dekker's death is that he didn't bring it upon himself. But then I hadn't known him for a very long time. Perhaps I was wrong about him. Dr. Dekker just had that look about him. You know what they say about us crazies. Takes one to know one. The police seem to think I'm dangerous. I'm only sitting here talking to you because I have a lot of money. Otherwise, there's no doubt I'd be thrown into prison for a very long time. That's why I need your help, Doctor. Keep up, Doctor. David is my husband.
Hey, they put the persons up here, not me, bro.
I suppose after what I did, there are people that might think I belonged in prison. What do you think, Doctor? Can I be saved with therapy, or should I be locked up like a dangerous criminal?
I think you should be single.
You have a lot of faith in your abilities. That's good. I look forward to being completely cured. I assume they think I'm dangerous because I stabbed my husband.
Alright, moving on, Bryce.
I'm Bryce Hemmings. You must be the new doctor. Did you know Dr. Dekker? He was an antagonistic psycho. I hope you're not from the same school of thought. Originally, I was suffering with depression. Work was piling up. I kept missing deadlines. I wasn't used to all the failure. I got depressed. I'm a gravedigger, Doctor. And people are dying quicker than we can bury them.
Oof. It's actually a good story for a premise for a story. Alright.
You'd think being a gravedigger had its perks, but it can be very stressful. There's a trend going towards burial rather than cremation again. And as well as running out of space, we're running out of competent gravediggers. At least ones that can use a shovel, that is. I'm not feeling anywhere near as depressed as I used to, though. Not since I got the extra hour. At midnight each day, time as you know it freezes. In my world, it just slows down to almost a stop. But I don't. I'm free to wander around and do as I please. An hour later, normal reality continues. It's my very own midnight hour.
A free well, it could be a free grave. It could be lack of people around you. In Coronaville, I don't see a lot of perks unless you if you're antisocial, maybe. But it's not a perk like I just look forward to. It sounds like his perks are something that in his head is a good deal because there is none. Why is it hard to find someone who can use
Henley
a shovel?
Church, where I work, is located on an old Norman motte and bailey. You can't use mechanical diggers or excavators there in case you destroy a relic.
He's the murderer. He's giving me vibes. So was the redhead chick. Oops, three. Because I'm going back and ask him my question. I'm just gonna ask him straight out if they did it. To be honest. Let's see what sort of relic.
I stumbled across a relic myself, an ancient chess piece, a queen, I believe, the best chess piece, the most freedom of movement. But they took it away immediately and proclaimed the whole east side of Henley Church a protected site of archaeological importance, which means we're not allowed to use it until the archaeologists have finished. I wish I hadn't told anyone.
That's how I feel about like when you find
Henley Church is relatively small.
jewels or gold out
for the
in the
number
ocean.
of bodies they expect us to pack into the ground, it's relatively small. The whole building was once owned by Scientologists, but they handed it back to the community as a tax break, I believe. Or they'd finished doing whatever it was they wanted to do with it.
I didn't hear nothing you said, so I just missed all that completely, but alright.
In the extra hour, I mainly catch up with work. It's a godsend. Sometimes I play chess against myself. It relaxes and strengthens the mind all at once. It's a bizarre thing to know you have an extra hour every day. I rarely ever sleep until after midnight now, so I can appreciate the extra time. I get a lot of work done in that time. I'm completely caught up. The depression is no longer an issue. 25 hours is a blessing for me. But apparently, it's not real, and I'm insane for thinking it is. What do you think, Doctor?
Well,
I'm not sure I believe in any religion anymore. I used to believe in God, but not anymore. There are too many religions to pick from, don't you think?
well, I can't knock them there. There's an awful lot. So yeah, there are.
Then we agree. Have you watched Zeitgeist, Doctor?
Nope.
Some of it is believable, and the part about most religions stemming from the same basic facts. It's more likely they've all got it wrong than one of them has got it right.
I don't think you're insane.
I thought it would be too early to make a diagnosis, but it's good you're having a go anyway.
Like, stuff that he says like that makes me think
I didn't really like Dr. Dekker, and for quite a few reasons, actually. I'd rather talk about my own problems for now, though, if you don't mind. Dr. Dekker would say one thing and do another. He would push me to do things I didn't want to do. He was getting worse towards the end. I'm surprised he didn't kill himself. Yes, Dr. Dekker was murdered. Quelle surprise. Murder does seem a bit harsh, doesn't it? And another grave to dig. I know as much about it as you do. Less, I would imagine.
just gonna ask him. Hold on. I can write a question in here.
Yes, Dr. Dekker was murdered. Quelle surprise. Murder does seem a bit harsh, doesn't it? And another grave to dig. I know as much about it as you do. Less, I would imagine.
Get excited about talking about grave digging. Alright, I'm asking him, did you murder Dr. Dekker? What was it? Okay, good.
Yes, Dr. Dekker was murdered. Quelle surprise. Murder does seem a bit hard.
I thought he was saying, yeah, he did. Yeah, I did murder.
I like chess. Wow. I still play sometimes when I can find an opponent. There's nothing more satisfying than planning scores of moves in advance and then watching things unfold as you saw them. I shouldn't have told anyone about the Queen.
So he's a chess player. Yeah, I was thinking that too.
I do like to be in control, but then I suppose most people do. Nobody wants life to carry them along helplessly. Everyone wants to kick against it and make their own way. Do you like to be in control, Doctor?
Kind of a hard question. I mean, yes and no. It depends.
If you like being in control, you'll have a tough time here. I saw it with Dr. Dekker. Such control, such stability. But he unraveled at the end. He couldn't keep control of everything, of everyone. He just set us up like dominoes, but we all toppled in unexpected ways. You'll find it all out in time, Doctor. Just not today. Can't have your head exploding, can we?
I'm Nathan Peel. I'm a supermarket worker from, well, hell, really. It's like those montages you get in movies. Time passes, you wake up, shave, if you feel like it, shower, get dressed. What's the point? You get this day over and over. Nothing changes. Am I in purgatory, Doctor? Because I'm stuck between this day and the next. Most of the time, anyway. Sometimes it looks different. Sometimes the birdsong will change, or the weather will be less bleak. Or that person who nodded at you yesterday doesn't do it today. But it doesn't usually change. You need a tragic event for change. Like a murder.
Is this like y'all joking with me right now?
Dr. Dekker's murder was sudden, brutal. It's terrible. But Doctor, 2 weeks. 2 weeks I had of rolling days. No do-overs. No Monday. I wouldn't kill anyone, though. I'd have to keep doing it, wouldn't I? Few things seem to move me forward.
Yeah, that's not suss it out, bro. Not at all. Let me write this down on my notepad.
Dr. Dekker was a complex man. I spent a lot of time with him, but he won't remember it that way.
It's got an achievement.
As far as Dr. Dekker was concerned, we had Monday, then moved on to Tuesday. But me, I had Monday 5, 10, 50 times before I got to Tuesday. I watched that Bill Murray film, Groundhog Day, to see if there's any clues. To see if there's any clues. That's how bad it's gotten. I'm looking for a cure in a Hollywood movie. Can you help me, Doctor?
I don't know. I think it's red coming on a Monday on the weekend. Ugh.
I don't know how, but thank you, Doctor. This is our first time around, and I trust you.
Another achievement.
I saw the conflict that Dr. Dekker was going through. Let's just say you might look back on your life and think there's nothing you would have done differently. No 2 days were alike for him in the end. Like he couldn't decide what to do with himself. He was like a kid in a sweet shop. He had so many options, he didn't know what to do. I suppose if you take too long picking, all your options run away. I didn't see the driver. It was my fault. I pulled out and the lorry just rammed me. Well, Hannah. She was sat next to me. I was in shock, obviously. And when I came to, she was so close to me. It was like she was trying to hug me. But it wasn't right. Not natural. Bits of metal pushing through her. That was 5 years ago. I was fine for quite a while after the accident. Well, being treated for depression. I thought I was cured. It was only recently after meeting Dr. Dekker that I had a strange deja vu. I'm exhausted. Doctor, is our time up? I've been shrunk for that already. If I had that day again, I wouldn't make the same mistake. Hannah would still be alive. We'd probably have a family by now. I haven't had any relationships since then. My fiancée, my childhood sweetheart. We met at secondary school. She was head girl, I was the quiet one. She liked computer games, so I instantly fell for her. I proposed in Goldshire. She said she didn't date elves, so I leveled up to a human necromancer and asked again. Sorry, it's Warcraft? We spent a lot of time on there.
Don't date elves.
We played World of Warcraft a lot together.
Well,
I guess it's not a cool thing to do anymore. But we had a lot of memories there. To be honest, it reminds me a lot of life now. The same thing over and over again. Bring me X bunnies to make a stew. Y badger teeth. Rinse, repeat. Maybe I'm just grinding life. No, I can't move backwards any more than a day. I don't really seem to control it. It's generally always on. I have to try and change something to move forward.
Sus comment number 2.
I'm not really fit for work anymore. I work in produce at the local supermarket. That mainly involves lifting heavy crates of fruit and veg into place for people to buy, and doing that over and over again. My muscles don't seem to have grown much. I think that maybe I'm not aging. When the day resets, I just reset with it. I used to be a builder. I'm 57. Kidding. Just if you spent the whole day at the gym and then repeat that day and not go, you'd have achieved nothing. Most of my days a blur. I'm not sure if it's the sleeping tablets I'm on or just how I've learned to switch off. I'm on temazepam. Dr. Dekker prescribed them for me. He thought I would sleep through to a whole new day. I didn't.
I guess people see me and call the police. But someone will take offense eventually, and I'll be charged with indecent exposure. That is so sweet. Thank you, Doctor. Wow. Let's get straight to it then. I'm not sure I feel comfortable speaking with you about that at the moment. I love the beach. Until somebody tells me it's going to kill me, I'll keep going. Have you ever been addicted to something, Doctor? That's a shame. You need to have a passion for something, Doctor. I hold my breath when I'm swimming underwater. Most people do. Sometimes, if I'm really excited, I'll hold my breath accidentally, just for a few seconds. I don't know why. like you're not listening.
All right.
Oh, Doctor, glad I caught you. I thought you might want to hear what Ben had to say. Quick catch up? I'm not sure Ben will be coming in for a while. He's still pretty shook up about finding the body. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often in the line of work he's in. Anyway, he said he found the body at exactly 20 minutes past 10. For some reason, the first thing he did was look at his watch. That's all he'd say before he'd shut down. The police weren't very talkative either.
Huh.
Sorry, didn't you know? Ben's one of the night shift cleaners. I'm sure he's got some tales he could tell. The police wanted to know what I was doing Valentine's night, you know, when the body was found. I was at home, all on my lonesome. So I guess that makes me a suspect. I wouldn't say we were best friends, but we did spend a lot of time together. There's only two of us that work here. I'm sure we'll become friends too, Doctor. Just try not to get murdered.
Yeah,
I think the police want you to make a short list of suspects, or maybe even find the killer. You're seeing all the patients that were on the books when he was killed. There was no forced entry, so they think it might be someone he knew, or someone who had access to the office. Yeah, like little old me. Do you think I'm a suspect, Doctor?
I'm not answering. I don't want to answer that.
Yes. Ben found Dr. Dekker's body on Valentine's night in his office. In your office.
She's weird, bro.
Yes, you know, the 14th of February, the day of love. Or remembering a massacre. Whichever's more you. Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. I suppose everyone's a suspect at the moment, even you. They did mention I needed grief counselling, though, and I said you'd sort me out. I know you didn't agree, but I thought I'd let you know. That's very kind of you. He was stabbed, so that's quite a personal thing to do. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was one of the patients who had a problem with the treatment they were getting. I wasn't really in his social circle, so I don't know if he had any friends. In terms of enemies, I heard things get heated in his office sometimes, but I won't name any names.
Maybe because you can't name any names.
I'm just surmising. If you're unhappy enough to kill your therapist, they're probably not doing a very good job. Susan, Annabelle, Melissa, there are some names, but they're not names of anyone I know.
Why do you...
I don't know exactly, but a stabbing of some kind. We'll be getting the autopsy through at some point. I'll let you know when. I didn't see it myself, so I don't know. But I heard it was a bit of a mess with all the blood and everything. You know, they have people who clean up after such things, though, so you really can't tell, can you? But don't worry. That's a new chair. All I know is the police took his chair. Forensics, I suppose.
Okay.
I'm having a loop day. It's a do-over day? You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again?
Hell, I don't know. Oh, Jayla.
You didn't know that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah? No. No, we played that game together, but we didn't meet in it. Well done, Doctor. Yeah, we met at secondary. Wouldn't it be funny if my day loops if you fail to get a question right? I agree.
Awkward?
I'm having a loop day. It's a do-over day. You won't remember. What's the name of your assistant again? I suppose you did remember that yesterday. Can you remember where I met Hannah? Yeah, at secondary school. It's been fun, but...
You fell on a knife.
I've got a pill.
What?
Dr. Dekker gave me this pill. He told me if I took it, I'd never have another loot day. It's got a small skull and crossbones on it. Should I take the tablet, Doctor?
Hold up.
Okay. Okay. See you on the flip side.
Yo, if he die, I'm about to be like, Dr. Dekker, tell him to take it.
Mom?
Oh gosh, what?
I'm having a loop day.
Oh my god. Yeah, some Molly.
It's a do-over day. You won't remember it. What's the name of your assistant again?
Why did they keep sending me through here? What?
Well done. Can you remember where I met Hannah? Yeah, great. Is there anything you can say that's going to break this loop for me? I never mentioned a pill this time, or a tablet. What the hell is going on here? Are you reliving my days?
Why do you think I'm reliving your days?
Something somewhere has changed since you arrived. Like some kind of sim theory.
Yo, this talking to all these patients would make somebody crazy. I'm a psychiatrist in this game. I feel crazy as shit right now. Like, damn, this dude, he done drew me into a loop day. I don't. Shut your ass up. So I'm just like, not the chick having the blackouts, not the chick that stabbed her husband, but this guy by himself. This one and the gravedigger dude.
Wait.
Okay, give me a headache.
Okay, I thought he was wrestling, but anyway.
It's a thing. Some professor believes we could be living inside a computer simulation and someone is controlling us.
No, the
and
other
there are
dude is
millions
the
of these sims. And someone somewhere behind a keyboard is just causing havoc. I'm starting to think you have that keyboard, Doctor. Wait, don't answer that. I don't want to know.
Okay.
Midnight each day.
On Valentine's night.
Time as you know it freezes.
20 minutes past 10.
Keep up, Doctor.
Thinks we're going to smother her in her sleep.
I'm a gravedigger, Doctor.
I was at home.
David is my husband.
All on my lonesome.
Stabbed him with a steak knife.
Nothing changes.
I'm a qualified angel of death.
When I'm dancing.
You get this day over and over.
Hilda.
I black out.
I don't think she's got long.
And Laurie just...
Naked on the beach.
Hannah.
Is that it for today?
Ooh. Deja vu. Are you sitting in exactly the same place I left you last night? Oh, that's where it all starts, Doctor. Anyway, do you think you can fit me in today? Looking at the diary, it's just the usual suspects, and you must be getting sick of them already. I've got this for you. 2, it's some more footage from Professor Alderby that was hiding away. Well, come find me if you need anything.
Alright, who's going for Nathan? Let's talk to... Wait, who's Lacey? Who that? Okay. Did it add some new people to me? Okay, Claire's the husband stabber. Let's talk to Bryce. I mean, let's go ahead and get it over with. How are you today?
There's something I want to tell you about. Something else that's wrong with me.
Oh, shit.
I think I've been getting a bit out of control in my hour.
Ah, shit. Here we go.
When I first got the hour, I was shocked, obviously. It took me a while to work out that everyone was frozen and only I could move, because I live on my own. What would you do, Doctor, if you had an hour where everyone was frozen? Go to a fairground?
Everybody was frozen. For 1 hour. I'd be rich. Okay, I can't believe this. Say I still things. Okay, I'm just not gonna answer that right now. Where were you?
I was home alone. I only live 5-minute cycle ride from here, so I could have been and gone several times. But I didn't. I've never been to this office outside my scheduled appointment time. Sometimes I see a girl standing behind you. I don't know who it is. I don't know what you're asking me either. Possibly a relative of yours. Possibly a patient that died here. I'm not sure. She doesn't normally say anything.
So let me get this straight.
It's obviously not real. Probably a side effect of the sleeping pills I'm on.
So we're grave digging. We have an extra hour where people are frozen, except for you. You can see things, more specifically, a female behind me. It's just... And now I find out you're taking medications.
Yes, that does sound weird, doesn't it? I take the temazepam as an antidepressant when I feel I need a little chemical help. I don't want to sleep through my extra hour, so obviously I don't take it at night.
What? What do you take?
I dug the grave for Dr. Dekker. I helped carry his coffin to the burial site. Do you know what? It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it. Why do you think that is?
Weird.
No, the coffin wasn't empty. There was something in it. A decoy, I'd imagine.
Yeah, why would there be a decoy?
I'm guessing he was buried somewhere else, or cremated. Somebody somewhere didn't want his body going in the ground. Do you want to be cremated or buried, Doctor?
I think I'll ask the questions here, Crazeball. Bryce asked what I would do. Maybe I should just suggest things to gain his trust. I wonder if he stole anything or spot on anyone or helped anyone. Alright, well, I'll keep it 100. I'd steal things.
Yes, I would steal too. And I have stolen. I ran out of milk, so I thought I'd go to the local all-night shop and get some more. I was absolutely intending to pay, but when I got there, everyone was frozen. I thought about leaving money on the counter, but that seemed weird. The cashier would wake and suddenly this money would have appeared from nowhere. But I've stolen bigger things.
I'm scared to ask. I'm scared to ask. I prefer to be cremated.
That's a good choice, Doctor. Less work for me.
That's not why I want to get it done. What the fuck?
I did think, what good could I do, other than catch up with work? I did see a woman who was having her purse snatched, so I gave her purse back, and the crook, I placed him on a bus a few blocks away. I have no idea where it was going. She'd never really be able to thank me, so I took another picture. Ha! That was just an example, Doctor. I'm sure you can come up with more exciting things to do than that.
Alright, set me up. I really wouldn't.
Well, that makes me feel a little better. There's a young mother, divorced, who lives opposite me.
Heavy.
Jessica. She's friendly and says hello to me, smiles. I've always wondered what she looks like naked.
What?
So one hour, I broke into her house. She was standing in her bedroom. I took it as a sign. I took off her clothes and...
What? Bruh.
I took photos of Jessica when she was naked.
Oh.
When I'd stripped her. When she was naked and frozen. I didn't want to have to do it again, to strip her again. So I took pictures to remind myself what she looked like. That's wrong, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah, pretty much. No, it's not wrong to take those. What? Yes, it is.
I know. It's that bloody Dr. Dekker. He made me this way. It's all his fault.
What, did Dr. Dekker tell you to do this?
Like I said, I originally presented with depression, and everything was going well for a while. Then Dr. Dekker changed. He was easily distracted during sessions, like he wasn't listening. I'm pretty sure he wasn't listening half the time. I don't think he wanted to know about his patients anymore. But when he did give you advice...
When he did give you advice, go on.
He told me to use my imagination, to make something up, to think something crazy, and it would become real. He told me to think of a way to get more time. So I did. But he pushed me. He made me think it.
Alright, let's see. Why didn't you stop seeing?
Because you have to hope, don't you, Doctor?
No.
It's only the power of hindsight that made me realize how toxic it all was. And after a point, you go too far to be able to come back anyway.
Man. What day are we on? This is technically day 2, I think. When were your
I visited Dr. Dekker once a week on Tuesdays. It's my day off because I have to work half days at the weekend.
Okay, cool. He has to work half days on the weekends. He's off on Tuesdays. Got it.
Yes, I suppose I've destroyed a few things whilst in the hour. You can be the perfect supervillain. Nobody knows it was you. That wretched dig goes on 24/7. 25/7, if you ask me. Your patient, Nathan, caused quite a stir. He interrupted one of the female students all night, apparently. Made her miscategorize some findings, going on about his dead girlfriend. It's amazing what you hear at the coffee machine. Well, I suppose that's a bonus. We're allowed to use their coffee machine while they're there.
That's a bonus. Okay. It's not really a bonus, dude. Who's Jasmine?
I'm Jasmine. I don't come in that often. What happened to Dr. Dekker? Oh. When? How? Sorry, you probably don't know, do you?
Huh.
I had to work all day at Providence. Ouch. I didn't really know him that well. I'm trying to remember what I was doing on Valentine's Day now.
What?
When you see a painting, it stands still. When I see one, it's moving. Like a mini film. Like little vines. But when there's a person in the painting.
Oh shit. What happened with the person?
They watch me. Normally disapprovingly.
Alright, that's it. These motherfuckers is crazy as shit. She seems to be one of the most sane ones here. Why do they watch you disapprovingly?
Because they don't think I know how to appreciate art. Because I'm too young.
Nope, never mind. She's crazy as fuck. If she would have said, you know, they're menacing, I could sense the evil, there's some kind of entity in it. I could have dealt with that just fine. The paintings are judging you for being not appreciative of art. What the fuck?
Yes, of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be working in an art gallery. I love art. I love paintings. Like I said, they move for me.
Okay. How do they
When I want them to, normally. When I want to really get inside what's going on. But some paintings, I can't stop.
Yeah, which paintings can't you stop?
I've been working on portraits, at home, outside work. But my paintings aren't so good. Nowhere near Providence standard. I painted a man, Dorian. You know, after Dorian Gray.
Oh, really?
I wanted to try and capture someone aging, so I divided the face into thirds and painted a boy, his father, and his grandfather in each third. It was hideous.
Sounds hideous.
And it started talking to me.
Oh, shit.
That I'm ugly. That I have no talent. Nothing will become of me. Is that true, Doctor?
Yes. Okay, no, I'm sorry. No, I appreciate all art. It's not true.
I hear it so many times with that wretched painting. It's in my head. But thank you.
Scooby-Doo. Yes, tell me
He
about
was shy.
Dekker.
And then less so. When I told him about my problem, he told me to set fire to it.
Did you set fire to it? To
Yeah,
the
he
painting?
could have been more specific.
Keep it up, doctor.
I tried to set fire to Providence.
Oh, what?
At that time, I thought the only way to fix my problem was to set fire to the entire art gallery. Several paintings didn't make it. Luckily, my boss didn't press charges. The police did arrest me, though.
I thought she meant set fire to her Dorian painting, not her job at the art gallery. That's a difference. So Bryce knows Nathan? Yeah, why didn't he?
My boss, Petra. She's just lovely like that. Providence has gone through some tough times, and I've only been there a year. She invested her life savings, and it's still not making any money. Such a sweet lady. You'd do anything for her.
She should have beat your ass if she invested her life savings in that. Did Petra ask you to set fire to Providence? Was it for insurance money?
Dr. Dekker told me to burn it. It was nothing to do with Petra.
Okay.
No. Why are you saying that? I don't even know if Petra has insurance.
Okay, duly noted. Was Dorian destroyed in the fire?
I already ripped up the painting. It screamed as I cut it. And now whenever I close my eyes, I can see it, hear it. I need the tablets, Doctor. I need them.
What tablets do you need?
The temazepam, the sleeping tablets. The ones you gave me last time.
The ones who gave you last time?
Dr. Dekker gave them to me. They helped. I know it's in my head. I know paintings can't talk. What's wrong with me, Doctor? Why do I do this?
I think you lack a little bit of self-confidence.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll think about that. And the prescription, please?
Okay. Alright, we'll give her a prescription. She said it helps. We'll give it to her. Alright, let's see. We told her that he was stabbed. Alright, we got that situated. Alright, moving on next. Lacey. Who is Lacey?
I'm Lacey Hendricks. So you don't know about me then?
I'm afraid what I should know.
Where to start? My next door neighbour in Jobson Hill, where I live, she was murdered. 80, and they diversion burgled her. But she was wise to it and started calling the police. They slit her throat with a bread knife. So I started a neighbourhood watch.
What? Alright, let's ask her about the neighborhood watch.
It was me and Agnes. Everyone else thought we were overreacting. If they want their throats cut, that's up to them, living in their bubbles. But Agnes... Poor Agnes.
What happened to Agnes, bro?
She went missing, and still is. And that's what people think. But it's not the truth.
A proud Karen.
It killed them. It looks normal enough. A smartly dressed, door-to-door saleswoman. I know because I heard my other neighbours shout at her. No Jehovah's! They think anyone knocking is a Jehovah. But she said she was selling double glazing.
What's double glazing?
I don't know. I didn't answer the door. It's not to nowadays. But I watched her go to Agnes's. Poor Agnes. She let her right into her house.
Well, at least she's the smartest, crazy person I've met so far. She didn't open that damn door for no double glazing.
I could only see the silhouette. It turned from a person into a, well, it looked like, I guess you'd call it a Medusa. Snakes for her face. And Agnes just fell to the floor. A few minutes later, the woman left, smiling like the cat that got the cream. That was the end of Agnes.
Do you have proof that she's dead?
I saw it with my own eyes. What more proof do I need? You're starting to sound like Dr. Dekker. He didn't believe me either.
I didn't say that. Okay, maybe I said that. But technically, I didn't say that. I'm thinking it, but I didn't say it.
I didn't have much luck with him, like I said. He didn't believe me. He thought I was having a hallucination caused by the stress of my neighbour being so brutally murdered. Where is Agnes, though? I haven't found her, have they? Have they?
Why are you asking me? Well, okay, hold on. Let me look at the notes. Just... Okay, the notes tell me nothing. I don't know if they found her or not.
I was at Henley Church. They had a service that ran right up till midnight. For us less fortunates without a love in their life. Well, now. Do you have someone, Doctor? Do you have a love in your life?
Yeah.
Keep them safe. You never know who's going to come knocking on your door.
Okay, are you sure you weren't knocking on the damn door?
What? That can't be possible. Is that true? Why don't I know about it then? When was this then? Is she alive? Her useless husband is? Don't know much about him, other than the fact that he looks at me like I'm 6 foot under every time we meet. He doesn't seem too bothered she's gone missing either. He did at first, when the police were crawling around. But now they've gone, that's stopped. If I hadn't seen that thing eat her, I'd...
Do you suspect the husband?
No. He's a weaselly little man who spends far too much time in his garden. It's probably like the National Trust back there. The constant digging and building, pruning and sawing.
Was Ron digging a grave?
What's a thing to say? Why would you say that? I kept watching the front door after that saleswoman had left and nothing. She didn't leave, and you can't get out the back since the council sold the garage block. Ron's a gardener, not a killer. Unless...
She's in the garden. Unless what?
Agnes said Ron was laying the foundations for a new greenhouse. You don't think... I need to call the police. I need to call them now. But they won't listen to me. I tried to tell them about the monster, but they didn't believe me.
Well, yeah.
They won't believe me about this, I promise you.
Ease that on people, bruh.
Please, could you call them, Doctor?
I'm gonna go with a no.
I'll get someone else to do it.
Yeah, please do that, please.
I suppose I shouldn't really expect any help from you.
Oh, okay. Slick talk.
Dr. Dekker used to call me the leech lady.
I only know one leech lady. That's from Puppet Master. Horror movie. And I don't think you want that life.
He said that I leech thoughts from people. Suck them right out of their heads. And I can put thoughts in there too. I'm not that clever though, am I, Doctor? I mean, it's not as if I was having an affair with Ron and Agnes was in the way and needed to disappear. So I made this story up. I mean, what do you think I do for a living anyway?
Why would she say that? Why would she say that? Because I wasn't thinking that, but now that makes sense. You sell double glazing?
Doctor, you're so good. We're going to get on just fine.
Alright, next. Nathan. Oh yeah, this is the time stop dude. Is this the time stop dude?
Dr. Dekker felt that Hannah was holding me back. The memories of Hannah. In his opinion, I was holding on to the past. So I guess he cursed me. If that's even a thing.
What were you doing on Valentine's Day? Did I ask?
I was at Henley Church on Valentine's Day, visiting Hannah's grave. It's the anniversary of her death. Her parents wanted a huge funeral with all the trimmings. Hannah would never have come for it. But it does give me somewhere to visit. I got to write the epitaph.
So Hannah is buried at the same church that our gravedigger dude, Bryce, works at. That would explain what he said. Okay. Hold on, let me go back in the notes. Bryce said Nathan was with a female student all Valentine's night. So he's talking about Hannah then. He meant her grave. I think. When did you leave the church?
I left Henley Church about 11 o'clock on Valentine's Day. I was talking to an archaeologist who said it uncovered some fossils resembling a strange cephalopod-like creature. Strange place to find an octopus, really. What? Do you think I've got something to do with Dr. Dekker's murder? Maybe you should ask your assistant who Dekker saw that day.
I love how everybody be snitching on each other when they look sus. When somebody's sus, they just throw shit under the bus.
We walk alone without our angel.
So many questions for this guy. Okay, are you religious?
I'm not religious, but when I wrote Hannah's epitaph, I knew her parents would want some acknowledgement of the great bearded one. But she was an angel to me. She was an angel to everyone.
Okay. Do you feel lonely?
I've been alone since Hannah. I can't imagine anyone ever replacing her. Not that I've looked. Do you think I should look for someone else?
Yeah, Yeah, I do.
Okay, fine. I'll try. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for, though. Just sign up to Tinder and start swiping. Maybe it's just company I'm missing. Although I don't really want any. Yes, Dr. Dekker cursed me. I don't really want to talk about it, but let's just say I blame him for the way I am.
Okay.
Can you give me some advice, Doctor?
Yeah, don't put aluminum foil in the fucking microwave.
It was a missed call. It was Valentine's Day, so I wasn't in the mood for conversation.
What advice do
I've
you
been
need?
trying to think how I can get past today. I've come up with a couple of choices. I could set fire to Hannah's photographs. I've got them in Dropbox anyway. But setting fire to the clothes did the trick. Or setting fire to a rocking chair. She sounds like an old lady, but she loved that rocking chair, which I've not sat in since. Which one do you think's best?
I mean, none of these will work. Why don't you sit in a rocking chair and look at her photos? And let's get the photos to her parents. And go mind your fucking business somewhere and find you a damn date. How about that?
Hello again, Doctor. I had a bit of a shaky loop incident, but let's not talk about it. Yesterday, I set fire to Hannah's clothes in the garden. I just wanted the day to move forward. I instantly regretted it. And lo and behold, here we are, a new day. Hannah's clothes are a pile of ashes. Photographs it is then. I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah, you do that.
I've kept almost all of her stuff as she left it. It's just the clothes. I've decided to burn those yesterday, so here I am. Hannah loved clothes. Every season, she'd donate her entire wardrobe to some charity or another, and only buy stuff she loved. I was left with winter. I don't even know what her favourite season was. Does it matter? What's your favourite season, Doctor?
I like the fall personally, but okay. They want me to say I like summer, but I like autumn.
I thought you'd be an autumn person. That means you're supposed to be grounded and productive.
Whoa.
And you like your space. I like winter. Being snowed in with Hannah. Just the two of us.
Yo, he's obsessed. She's dead,
paradise.
bro. Let it go. Yeah, tell me about your mother.
She's dead. Thanks for bringing that up.
Hannah's dead, and you bring it up all the fucking time. Like, you hear what I'm saying?
It's a sea creature, like an octopus. I suppose they find dinosaur bones everywhere. Just because we're on land now doesn't mean millions of years ago this place wasn't at the bottom of an ocean.
I think the majority, like, well, the world was water, I think.
She was interested. Maybe I misread. Maybe she was just being kind. I suppose most women wouldn't enjoy me talking about my dead ex for hours.
I don't enjoy it, and I'm a fucking therapist. I've been your therapist for 1 hour, and I don't enjoy it. See, the Graveyard Boy is crazy. This isn't Graveyard Boy, but he knows Graveyard Boy. This is the one who is looping his days. The Graveyard dude is Bryce. Yeah, let's see. What were you doing on Valentine's Day?
I didn't do anything on Valentine's Day. I washed my hair and then I walked along the beach for the whole night. It's actually true. I saw one of your patients actually. The nurse. She was on the pier with someone. Pretty much all of the night too, so I can vouch for her even though she probably didn't see me.
Interesting. Yeah, let's Lacey, how are you?
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session, and no blackouts. New doctor and new hope. You're much better behaved than Dr. Dekker.
What do you mean by that? How is Dr. Dekker behaving?
Dr. Dekker dated his patients. That's not good behavior, is it?
See, but which patient? Because I honestly thought it was her, but she's saying that it's not her.
We went out for drinks. Didn't you know? He said it was a breach of something or the other, but I can be pretty persuasive when I want to be. Shh. I think her name was Scarlett? One of his patients, an older woman. I guess that's how he liked them.
She's giving me crossing vibes, like... Alright, how do you feel about not going to the beach?
I haven't been back to the beach since our last session. Kind of missed it.
Alright, we got a side note here. I should ask Lacey about the neighborhood watch. I thought Mariana said she didn't drink. Yeah, she did say she didn't drink. Yeah, this is the one. She was like, she remembered like dancing and then she blacked out. And she likes the club, the Pearl. But she says she likes that club because they have cheap vodka shots or something. And then she said she didn't drink. So why do you like going to a club that has cheap vodka shots if you don't drink? Why would you care how much the drinks are if you don't drink? And then she just went out for drinks with Dr. Dekker. So she's lying.
I know, it's pretty hard to believe, isn't it? I feel pretty ugly. But I think I have a nice smile.
She's sus, bruh.
Yeah, drinks. I think Dr. Dekker ordered neat whiskey. I had water. I don't drink.
It's getting on my nerves.
I guess it was a couple of days before Valentine's Day. It wasn't a date or anything. I noticed in our sessions that he'd been acting a little strange. He just didn't seem right. I wanted to find out what was wrong.
Okay, fair enough.
You do something a lot, you're gonna miss it. I suspect I'll go back there soon, but it's helped with the blackouts. Lots of people find me attractive, but I've seen something truly beautiful. It makes me feel dull by comparison.
What the hell did you see?
I have a recurring dream
What are you
where
doing?
I find something beautiful in
What are you
the sea. But I don't know you that well yet, Doctor. Let's wait a while before I tell you my most intimate secrets.
Sorry to cut in, Doctor. I've just had a phone call from a solicitor. Ben's trying to sue us for nervous shock. Should I go and see him to talk it out, or should I find a solicitor to represent us? Sorry to be pushy, I just think we should act quickly before it's too late. Okay, well, just let me know.
Ben's trying to sue us. So the night janitor is trying to sue us because he found the body and he's fucking...
What do you like to know?
Wilding.
Is our session up now? People are quick to put labels on everything. I suppose Dr. Dekker was more than just a therapist to me. We had a lot of things in common, but we weren't seeing each other. I'm not seeing anyone at the moment. Are you offering, Doctor?
No, ma'am, I'm not offering.
Some girls say that they're washing their hair when they don't want to go out, but I was genuinely washing my hair. Do you think my hair's pretty, Doctor?
She likes you fishes your compliments or some shit, I think. Why do you feel the need to ask if your hair is pretty?
I'm insecure, Doctor. Isn't it obvious?
Something's very obvious, but I don't think it's insecurity.
I've danced around in my living room, but no clubs since last time. I like dancing around in my underwear. Sometimes less. It sounded like an offer to me, Doctor. Thanks for the honesty, I guess. Maybe I should stop asking you things.
Yeah, maybe you should stop asking me things. I don't think she's looking right now. I thought her hair was ugly. Alright, this is the nurse. Yeah, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you, ma'am.
I haven't had a great day, to be honest. Someone accused me of stealing from my patients, which I would never do. Plus, Hilda's getting worse.
Alright, let me ask.
Actually, I had a hot date. It wasn't anything serious, just some guy I know. But it was a nice date. Different to what I'm used to.
Okay, what were you accused of stealing?
This? Well, it started with this. It's a locket. Alice, one of my patients, gave it to me before she died.
Okay. Yeah, what else have patients given her? Oh, what if patients are giving her things? In return, she sees them off. Because her patients are in pain. To me, I feel like they might offer her something of value. Maybe she really is Angel of Death. You know what I mean? Like Dr. Kevorkian was killing all his patients. But they were, I thought they were giving him a piece of, money to do such a thing. But these patients were terminal. They were going to die anyway. They were just going to die in pain had he had not intervened. I got another trophy called movie length. Okay. All right. Let's see. What else have your patients given you? Let's start there.
I have a few other things. A watch, a ring. One patient gave me a little china bird.
Money.
They're not valuable.
Yes, they are.
Just trinkets, really.
No, they're not. They're not. No, they're not. If you go sell it, you'll get bank. You say all of them? People are crazy. You think they're working together? They all just murked the doctor. Because the way they described that office was like a blood scene. They're all trinkets. Yeah.
Strictly speaking, all of the patient's belongings should be passed on to family members after they die. But Alice's son never visited. He didn't care about his mum. Why would he care about some worthless piece of jewellery? It just doesn't feel right to me. What do you think, Doctor? Am I wrong to keep the locket?
Honestly, I mean, if she truly gave it to you, said you could have it. I mean, granted that she didn't have fucking dementia. I don't see the problem. I'm gonna say no.
Thank you, Doctor. That makes me feel much better. I shouldn't let what Terry says bother me so much.
Yeah, why was that date different?
It was very traditional, old-fashioned, you know? Dinner at a nice restaurant.
Write them off and
Then
get
we
down.
went for a little walk along the pier. Held hands, had a bit of a kiss. Then he called a cab, and I went home, alone.
Yeah, what time did you get in the cab?
I think it was about 11 when I left Max. I'm sure you could check with the taxi company if you really wanted to, if you think I need an alibi.
I don't think you need an alibi. I think you're just fine.
Yes, I had a session with Dr. Dekker on Valentine's Day. 3 o'clock, I think. Just a few hours later, he was... I still can't get over it.
Yeah, hold on.
Hilda's the one I mentioned in our last session. She's dying. I can tell. I need to see her before it's too late.
Why can't you?
Help her finish her unfinished business. People who are dying always have things they wish they could do before they go. We leave a lot of loose ends in our lives. We're very messy that way.
True. What is Hilda's unfinished business?
Hilda wants to see her daughter. She's in Australia, so I'm going to have to use my talent.
You better be talking about some damn duo or Zoom meeting, sis.
I can change my skin.
What? Here we
what
go.
I look like.
There we go.
I can turn into a patient's loved one. I just hold their hand and ask them to imagine that the person they want to see is sitting right here next to them, and I become them. It's how I help them move on. That's how I comfort them.
All right, here we go. Assume, let's just say she can do her makeup really to look very similar to these people's loved ones, right? Just hypothetically speaking. Maybe that's how she's getting the gifts and the trinkets and whatnot. Maybe JS should check Ellen's lien alibi with the taxi company. Okay. How does it come?
I only shift at work to help my patients. I don't have any interest in using it as a party trick or to deceive anyone.
Yeah, it sounds hella sus. Who was your date with? Okay, we know it's with Max. How can you tell when people are dying?
I can sense it, you know? It's like when you're outside and there's a sudden change in the light or the air feels different and you know it's going to rain. It's like that. I always know when one of my patients is fading, even before the doctors know. Their energy changes. It sounds silly when I put it into words. I sound like my mum.
I kind of understand what she's saying. Like, assuming that she's working with somebody for X amount of hours and they're usually chipper. Like, I kind of feel that way because I took care of my grandparents before they passed anyway, so I kind of understand that. I wouldn't quite describe it as knowing that it's going to rain, but she's not crazy, she's just I think she's. I don't think she should be. I don't know. I don't know. Let me see. How is Dekker on?
Dr. Dekker seemed fine on Valentine's Day. He seemed to be in a good mood. It didn't seem like anything was bothering him.
I want to ask somebody else. Who accused you of
Of
stealing?
course, it was Terry that accused me of stealing. One of the other nurses. She's actually trying to make out that I'm some kind of HSK.
What's the HSK? What's that?
Healthcare serial killer. You know, like those nurses that kill loads of their patients. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it.
Why would I hear that?
Anyway, because a few of my patients have died on me, and some of those patients have given me gifts, Terry thinks it means that I've been killing them off.
I don't really want
His
to.
name is Max. He's really sweet, but I don't see a future between us. He's not really my type.
What is your type?
I've known Max a couple of years, but this is the first time we've been on a date. I don't think he's boyfriend material.
Oh. Alright, that's all the questions we have for her. I don't think guys understand when we say if we feel like you're not boyfriend material, we'll feel like you're not boyfriend material for us, for that individual person. Don't be offended. Don't be offended. Claire, oh my god.
It's the anniversary of my parents' death today. I went to the lake house. I always go to the lake house anyway, but it's also where they died.
How did your parents die?
They died of carbon monoxide poisoning. I was staying at a friend's house. Otherwise, I would have died too.
How convenient. How convenient. What were you doing on Valentine's Day?
The day Dr. Dekker was killed, I had a session with him in the morning at my usual time, 11 o'clock. That was the last time I saw him.
Okay.
Dr. Dekker made me an offer that I couldn't refuse. I'll be taking it to the grave with me, though. As did he.
Oh, shit.
I stood for a while, looking across the water. It's peaceful there. It's the place that makes me feel the most. There was a girl there, by the lake, only about 9 or 10. She was fishing, if you can call it that, with one of those nets on a stick. I don't know why I talked to her. She looked sad. I don't usually talk to children, but she seemed different, special. I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I, Doctor? Good. It felt nice. I felt like I was being nice. I felt human. So I can find her and talk to her again, Doctor.
Hold on now. Hold up. I mean, if you see her at your lake house, she there and you there, that's cool. Let me looking for her. That's weird, right?
David had been hunting again, and, well, she's seen some of the skins he hung around the lake house. David wasn't there. Or at least I didn't see him. I didn't go inside. I forgot my key, and the spare was missing. Then I will. I'll look for her next time I'm there. Animal skins. David hunts, then skins. It's horrible, really. He's not really good at either job, so the skins still have great lumps of bloody carcass hanging off them. I'm sure he'll get better with practice. It was 12 years ago. I was still very young. Too young to be an orphan, anyway. I had to toughen up quickly. Met isn't the right word. David has always been there, in the shadows, on the periphery. I move in very exclusive circles. You tend to see the same faces. I don't move in any circles anymore. Those people were my parents' friends, not mine.
Okay. Do you love your husband?
Love? Yes. I suppose I always will. I don't know. I suppose she just reminded me of me. I spent a lot of time alone as a child. She said she was trying to catch some strange creatures that she's seen in the water. I don't know. Minnows, probably. Everything's strange when you're a child.
Yeah, true. What were you doing on Valentine's Day?
Valentine's Day night, I was at the lake house, watching David, like I always do. He has trouble with his mental faculties and is getting worse. Yes. I watch him and make sure nothing bad happens.
Interesting. Alright, we're done questioning Claire. We got Bryce here. Who else is here? There's Jaya. Oh, okay, we're good with Bryce. Oh, we got that Jaya.
On Valentine's Day, Dr. Dekker had a session with Claire Castleford at 11 and that nurse, Elin, at 3. Everyone else cancelled. You should see this place Christmas Eve. I was at home though, so I don't actually know who came in. Dr. Dekker did phone and ask me for Nathan's number, which is a bit strange.
Why is that strange? Tell me about
So, should I get a solicitor, or shall we try and talk it out with him?
Let's try to talk it out with him at first. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, we should ask Nathan. What's good, Nathan?
Good choice. I'll go and see Ben to see if I can get him to call off the dogs. I have no idea what's gotten into him. Perhaps it's his mum. Hey you, thanks for helping me with this grief thing. I'm not sure I have it though. I don't really know where to start. I feel a bit numb. Maybe we should just talk about him. It hadn't even been a year. He was a quiet, solitary man. A good listener, as I suppose you'd need to be. His confidence did grow as time wore on, but that's what you'd expect after you've fitted in. I mainly miss our chats. He used to work late with me and tell me things about the patients, things that I probably shouldn't have heard, but did. What do you think of the patients? Nah, perhaps you shouldn't say. You can ask me. Go on, I'll tell you what I think.
Alright, what do you think? Tell me about, Let's go with Bryce. This is our gravedigger.
I think Bryce has a lot of misdirected anger. I don't think I like him that much. You know, sometimes when things overrun, he's outside waiting for you, and he stares at me as if he's undressing me with his eyes. You know, he's not the first person that's done that, but still, you know, it feels worse coming from him.
What about Claire?
Claire seems to be shaken by something. You know, I offer her drinks every time she comes in, but she always refuses them. It's as if she just wants to come in, get her session over with, and then run off to do something else. It's a bit rude, isn't it?
No, it's not rude. Maybe that's what they want to do. What about the redhead here?
Mariana is a special girl. You know, there's something about her that just makes you want to follow her. Maybe that's what a trendsetter looks like.
And about what about Nathan?
Oh, I just want to cuddle Nathan all up. He's such a mess. He's always in the same clothes. You know, he barely talks to me though. It's the same hello every time. He reminds me of Tom.
Who the hell's Tom?
Tom was a quiet mess, like Nathan. Youngish, in his early 20s. He taught piano, but he did have a strange hobby.
What was Tom's hobby?
Tom liked to base jump. That's basically falling from a huge building or mountain and pulling your parachute before you hit the ground. He started to think he could fly. Dr. Dekker tried to talk him out of it, but Tom had to prove his point. So one day, Tom decided to base jump without a parachute. Can you guess what happened?
Well, I take it he can't fly. Did Tom die? Why do we have to act this? We know
He did die. He was hit by a rock from further up the mountain. He never got to fly. Nathan thinks he knows what his problem is too, but if he's not careful, he'll get hit by that rock. I wish I'd said goodbye.
He was straight down. Oh man, cheers to that one, bro. Oh man, please tell me about
Elin seems like a lovely person. I'm not really sure why she's here.
Damn, who is Eileen? Oh yeah, the nurse. Okay. Someone you wanted to say goodbye to.
I wish I'd said goodbye to Dr. Dekker. It was so sudden. Here, then gone. He resigned anyway, but that's not the same, is it?
He resigned?
Dr. Dekker resigned shortly before his murder. No, it's sad. But doctors come and go, and only poor Jaya remains. I've got his resignation letter somewhere. You know, I do all the hiring and firing around here. Well, Professor Alderby and the Trust technically do that.
Professor Alderby.
Professor Alderby is a trustee. Did I not mention that?
Nope. Why did you work late with
We'd
Dekker?
work late together on all sorts of things. He was preoccupied with finding patterns in patients, trying to find some kind of order. Mainly he was searching for a common experience the patients might have had. That's what led them to his office. He'd study everything, even the referral letters. Yes, letters, parking tickets, holiday destinations. You know, I find those referral letters, he was sure there was a pattern in them.
Alright, what does Ben's mom have to do with it? What happened to Dr. Dekker's glass and all of you? Okay, let's start with Ben's
She was
mom.
cuddling him like he was 6. He's 25.
What can you tell me about Dr. Dekker's patients? What happened to Dr. Dekker's glass?
It's smashed.
Oh, okay. Who is Cthulhu?
So you watched the tapes. Gold star for you.
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch anything. What is he talking about? What tapes? Am I supposed to watch a tape? How do I...
Nothing, of course. The faculty thinks I've gone loopy, like some kind of spongy Mobius strip. That's why I'm here, isn't it, Dr. Dekker? Him, God, the great old one, the elder god, Cthulhu, however you address him. Listen to me! You're not listening! It's your only bloody job! Well, let's call him God. He creates this world for his amusement, something he can play with and occasionally alter to suit his mood. God loves chaos, but something goes wrong. Man and woman evolve. What was once chaotic becomes, well, more ordered. Without chaos, he has less power. When there's too much order, he becomes impotent. So he needs to instill chaos again. And do you know how he does this? No. And yes, but you're being too granular. He needs chaos so he can return, and the only thing stopping him is you. Not just you. You and people like you. Psychiatrists, doctors, nurses. Anyone who is caring for people who are losing their sanity. You have no comprehension how important your job is, do you? He doesn't need your version of insanity to spread. He needs chaos. It's not the same. It's just a means to an end. They're not all cultists, unfortunately. Once you see the truth, it's hard not to spread chaos yourself, to cause further insanity and harm your own. I doubt it. But can I make you question your reality? Definitely. But in doing so, I would be promoting more chaos. On the basis the central component of our universe is chaos, science can only document a perception of the chaos at any one given moment in time. As, by definition, chaos is unpredictable from one moment to the next. Which means that at any given moment, we can choose to alter our perception of the world, no matter how much chaos that would cause. In 10 seconds' time, there will be no gravity in this room, and we will float. 3, 2, 1. You think nothing happened. Where's your glass, Doctor?
Oh my god. It just gets creepier and creepier. I could never be a psychiatrist. I could never work in a psych ward. I could never be in any facility like Dorothy Dix. I can't do it. I can't do it. Alright, what else were we missing? That was the video, right? Oh, there was something else. The yeah, that. Alright, to whom it may concern, please accept this letter as a notice of my intention to resign from my position. The 11th of February, Dr. Dekker. Wow, that's a resignation letter? Okay. Get off my screen. There we go.
Most of the patients are suspects, according to the police. Almost all the patients are referred, and some of them are privates, but Dr. Dekker didn't introduce any of them.
She said he didn't introduce any of them? Alright, we're done questioning her. You're done, you're done, you're done. Okay, next day.
David Hunt.
I can change my skin.
Then skins.
Dr. Dekker dated his patients.
I had a hot date.
We went out for drinks.
I took photos of Jessica.
Dr. Dekker did phone
On Valentine's Day.
and ask me for Nathan's number.
There was a girl there.
Am I wrong to keep the locket?
I'm allowed to talk to her, aren't I?
He was preoccupied with finding
Photographs.
patterns.
Rocking chair.
I haven't been back to the beach since
I had a bit of a shaky loop incident.
where I find something
I set fire
beautiful in the sea.
to Hannah's clothes in the garden.
I dug the grave.
I wish I'd said goodbye.
Dr. Dekker cursed me.
It didn't weigh enough to have a body in it.
Oh, Doctor, you surprised me. Reminds me of Officer Yates. Did I ever mention I had a special friend in the police force? Nah, it's not something you drop politely into a conversation. He's been doing some digging and he's found a couple things. There's a crime scene report that goes into all the gory details and another report that's about a patient you're seeing today, Claire. I'll put them both on the desk for you. And thanks for the grief counselling, by the way. It's really been helping, you know, I'm so glad you're here.
Hold on, my husband came here talking. I hear nothing she said. I know we got some evidence though. Square. Crime scene report? Or do we look at Let's look at Claire's arrest report first. Okay, so okay, number one, I want to point out that the date on this witness statement is November 9th. That's my birthday. I want to say that, okay? Number two, it says her husband died. But she's been telling us the whole time that she's been watching her husband. Like, she's been talking to him. She's been talking about him like he's alive still. Oh, he just sits on the porch. Is this bitch seeing ghosts? Is that what they're telling us? I'm gonna leave it here for about a few more seconds, and then I'm go to the other evidence. This is the position of the victim, which we're talking about Dr. Dekker. Excuse me. The victim was located in his office, seated on a chair behind the desk, soaked in blood, with an obvious chest wound. Possible murder weapons: paper spike, which is a desk accessory, 150 millimeters long, protruding from the approximate region of the victim's heart. The coroner's initial findings: time of death estimated from liver temperature measurements to be between 8:30 and 10:30 p.m. on February 14th. Note that victim's body was reportedly discovered at 10:20 p.m. on February 14th. The body was discovered at 10:20 p.m. But the liver temperature measurements say it's between 8:30 and 10:30 p.m. Huh. Hey, give it to Daddy. Give me your king. Get Daddy. Okay. So, okay, a stagnation due to punctuation of the left anterior descending coronary artery. Death would have occurred within minutes. Can I move this down? If I can move it down, I don't know how to. Okay, I can't move it down, but anyway. So, in the left side of the heart, and that blood was everywhere. He was discovered at 10:20, but death was between 8:30 and 10:30. Want to be between 8:30 and 10:20? Just saying. Alright, what else we got? The arrest report says Claire killed David. I've underlined some things to ask her about. I wonder if Bryce buried David. What happened with Ben? Ask patients about paper spike. Too much to do today. Okay, so she said that Dr. Dekker said the paperwork had a pattern to it. all the paperwork has a pattern. How are these patients connected? If she kills David, you got the cops and the doctors and paramedics that come on scene. Is one of them, like the nurse, because she had been a paramedic at the time? And then Bryce would have buried him. How has Ben? Oh, ugh. All right. I'm gonna ask you how are you
I've been to the lake house regularly, keeping an eye on David. I saw the girl again, the one I told you about. She was playing outside. It makes for interesting reading, doesn't it? I can tell you're dying to ask me about it. Fire away.
Get it back?
Yeah, he put it on your desk.
Where?
That's what it says. I can see you're confused. The police say that David is dead, fatally wounded when I stabbed him. The coroner says that David is dead. Everyone says that David is dead. There was even a funeral. But I know he's alive.
What the fuck? How could you have a funeral if David isn't dead?
He's buried at Henley Church. You can go see for yourself. There's even a headstone. One of your other patients was a pallbearer. I never forget her face. You should ask him.
Which patient was the pallbearer?
Bryce was a pallbearer for David. He's also a gravedigger, I believe.
Did you intend to fatally...
David wanted to have a talk about our relationship. Not something any married person wants to hear. He said he'd been with Iris for about a year and that he loved her. He said he didn't love me anymore. Which I know is a lie. You don't just fall out of love with somebody. I reacted badly.
Red.
I grabbed the nearest weapon I could find, which happened to be the steak knife, and stabbed him with it. There was so much blood. I instantly regretted it. So I fixed him.
Look. This is her arrest report. And so it says, the neighbor called to the Bauer house, blah, blah, blah. They saw a female seated next to a man who was lying on the ground. The man did not appear to be conscious. Both persons were drenched in blood. They found a steak knife. They asked her name. She said Claire Castlefield, which is her. And then if she knew the dead man, and she said that was her husband, David Castlefield. And they arrested her under suspicion of murder. She murdered her husband. She'd been talking to us the whole time. Talk about, yeah, I went to the lake house and I was watching David. Watching David where? So unless you see his ghost, sis, you got some explaining to do. How did you fix him?
It was about a week later. I brought David back to life. Not with voodoo, not with virginal sacrifice. I just willed it to happen, and it did. Dr. Dekker told me it was possible, but only if you're not buried. He says once you're in the ground, there's no coming back. But until then, you have a chance at resurrection.
Oh, remember when we talked to Bryce the first time, and he said, no, not Bryce. It was Bryce or Ben, one of them. Or what the fuck? One of them. And he was like, they buried the coffin. He was talking about they burying the coffin. He said that coffin felt really light. Like there was nothing or nobody in it. Remember? That's what he said. Oh my God. How do you know Bryce?
Smuggling a body out of a funeral can be difficult, unless you pay the right people.
She paid Bryce. Do you know anything about the paper spike?
A paper spike is an odd thing to use as a weapon. I suppose if it went directly into the heart, it might work. Or through his eye, or perhaps through the ear into his brain. Or was it just a frenzied, bloody mess of a murder? Do you know, Doctor?
Did you resurrect David?
Yes, resurrection. But now that I've seen the results, I don't think there's anything holy about it. I think reanimation is more an accurate term. Like, I'm an evil necromancer raising things from the dead.
Okay. What were the results of David's record?
I think his brain was already decaying during the week that he was dead. Important bits. So when I brought him back to life, I didn't heal him completely. Just gave him life in the state he was in. I mean, he's hunting and killing things and trying to roast them on fires he can only light with matches, but that's about it. He's your basic Neanderthal. So I have a problem.
Okay. She said killing and hunting things. She wasn't very specific with that, but she paid Bryce, the gravedigger, to help her smuggle his body out of the funeral home. So then they continue to have the funeral, and he mentioned that the casket, if it wasn't Bryce that said the casket was light, it was Nathan. One of them said that the casket was light, like there was no body in it. Or maybe he was insinuating that there was a body in it, just not of a grown-ass man. Oh my god, this game just fucking took a damn turn. Right. Okay, what are our side notes? He's been smuggling bodies. Yeah, we know that. Alright, what problem do you have?
I'm being charged with murder because the police don't know he's still alive, and I can't get David to vouch for me for obvious reasons. I think it would raise quite a few more questions than answers, which is why I'm hoping that you'd be able to help me.
Ah, hell. How the hell can I help you?
Considering the circumstances, I'd be grateful if you could see your way to declaring me temporarily insane at the time of the murder, to lessen my sentence. Because I'm not a killer, but I can't prove otherwise. You don't still think I'm a killer, do you, Doctor?
I wanna say yeah. I'm gonna say yeah. Yeah, you killed somebody who died. Just because you raised them from the dead doesn't mean you...
At worst, it's manslaughter. I didn't mean to kill him. I just stabbed him a bit. And although he was dead for a week, I brought him back to life. Does this mean you won't help me? Was I temporarily insane?
I think the temporarily insane comes to you raising him back from the fucking dead. I think it goes into the era of crime of passion.
I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that. Let's have a few more sessions before you seal our fates. Or is it that you want something else? Like Dr. Dekker did?
Well, what the hell did Dr. Dekker want?
Dr. Dekker teased me mercilessly about my electability. He didn't believe I'd reanimated David. Once he presented me with a dead mouse and commanded me to give it life again. I didn't, of course. It's not something I'd throw around lightly. He changed his mind about me eventually. And then he mentioned the girl.
What girl? What the? Okay, what changes? Okay, what girl?
He told me he'd locked up a girl in the basement of his house.
What?
Just for me. And he asked me to reanimate her. It was Iris. I said I couldn't reanimate something that wasn't dead, and he said that wouldn't be a problem.
What?
So I agreed. I just played along. I was hoping it wasn't real. I assumed it wasn't real. But he was offering me what I wanted. A temporary insanity diagnosis.
Oh.
Dr. Dekker asked if I could prove David wasn't dead, so I took him to the lake house. He saw that I was telling the truth. I can take you to see him too, if you like.
No, ma'am.
Would you like to see David, Doctor?
No, I would not like to see David. Not at all. I'm just gonna avoid that question right now. Did you help Iris?
It didn't happen. Dr. Dekker called me from his house to cancel. He was furious. He said that Iris had escaped, and he blamed me for it. He said that I must have set her free after he told me about her. I knew it was all lies anyways. He was obviously titillating himself by reprimanding me. He knew I'd never want to speak to Iris again, so I couldn't prove it either way.
No, I don't want to see David.
Suit yourself. Perhaps I'll bring David to see you instead.
Alright. Did you speak to the girl at the lake house?
I didn't speak to her this time. Something about her made me feel uneasy. I just watched her from the bedroom window. She'd caught a fish. She was holding it in her hands.
Okay. What did she do with the fish?
I wasn't close enough to see, but for all intents and purposes, it looked as if the fish bit her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive.
Damn, did she bite the fish back?
How astute, Doctor. Yes, I did say I hadn't seen Dr. Dekker outside of our sessions. That wasn't a lie.
I didn't.
Our trip to the lake house was made during a session.
Yeah, we're into this. How is it possible David was brought back to life?
You tell me. What could possibly explain that?
You the one that brought him back to life, allegedly. You tell me. Is David not human?
Since I brought him back, I felt that there was something different about him. Something not quite right. I think it's his brain.
Didn't know you were here.
But how ludicrous that you can bring someone back in the first place.
Say something.
It's like that book, Pet Cemetery. Funnily enough, he does smell of earth, but that's because he spends most of his time out hunting.
No, it's probably because he's a fucking corpse, lady. Do you think you might be seeing David's ghost?
I assure you, David is not a ghost. I've touched him.
Really focused. Yeah, because they done flipped our shit now. Like, in a nutshell, roughly, day one, I'm just talking to a psychiatrist was murdered. Suspects is one of his patients. I've talked to his patients on day one. Everybody seemed okay. Problems, but okay. Day two, these motherfuckers is crazy. We got people stopping time. Time freezes. He undresses people. Takes picture of them naked. Day, what's the other one? Go back a day. He's living in a loop. She murdered her husband, but resurrected him. Ugh, my God. I can't even keep up. This is the type of shit that had to do with a crazy. This shit is a lucid dream on acid. Oh, we got notes. Okay, Claire says the girl in Dekker's basement was Iris. Why is reanimation a more accurate term? Okay. Are you lying about David being alive?
If David doesn't exist, then that means that I really did kill him. He really is buried, and I really should be going to prison for a very long time. That just doesn't seem right to me. It's more probable that I reanimated him under Dr. Dekker's guidance.
See, she talks so cool, calm, and collected. It's just like... But what she's talking about is just not the fucking norm. You're confusing me, confusing yourself. This shit is crazy. Like, day one, okay, cool. If you were here for session 2, you'd understand, like, what the fuck is going on? Okay, we're done questioning her, though. Alright, yeah, Bryce. That's the person I wanted to see. Alright, what we start with? We're going straight to it? Did you bury David Castlefield?
I'm actually a classically trained pallbearer. There are a lot of health and safety considerations. Not everybody can do it. Well, properly at least. Occasionally I step in if the funeral director is short-shouldered. I do remember her face. She wasn't upset in the usual way. She seemed agitated. Her husband must have been a giant. The coffin was so heavy. I remember because aft port side sprained his ankle. That and he wasn't lifting correctly.
No. Okay, Bryce is telling us the coffin was heavy. But the other guy, I think it must have been Nathan. He said the coffin was light. So if he said the coffin is light, and then she's saying that they took the body out of there and smuggled it, she paid Bryce to smuggle the body out of the coffin, then yeah, it would make sense for him to lie and say, you know, it would make sense for him to lie about being paid by her for smuggling the body, because obviously it's a federal fucking offense. And then the guy that said the coffin was light don't know shit about what the fuck is going on, so therefore if she said, hey, yeah, the body's not in a coffin, we didn't bury the body, that would explain why the coffin doesn't weigh like a grown-ass man is in it. That's why he noticed it was unusually light, so she could be telling the truth. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. I'm just gonna go straight for it. Did Claire ask you to do something with David's body?
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Doctor.
Yes, you do. You're lying.
I saw Claire Castleford's husband in the coffin myself before carrying him to the grave. He is in the ground. I'm sure it wouldn't take much for the police to get an order to have him exhumed. Just make sure it's done on Tuesday morning when I'm off.
Why did he want to wait till he's off? Oh, these motherfuckers, these crazy motherfuckers is making me crazy. Okay. You know, okay, let's take a break. How are you today?
Hello, Doctor.
Hello.
I've been thinking about our last session, and I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bad person. I know taking naked photographs is wrong, but you don't know what it's like until you face the same temptation. I'm assuming you don't know what it's like.
No.
Do you have an extra hour, Doctor?
Oh yeah, he has the extra hour. Time freezes for 1 hour for him. But the chick that works for us, she said that he was just staring at her like he was undressing her mentally. Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he's just so enthralled in his head that he's just imagining them naked and he's taking pictures, but he's really not. He's already creepy as fuck, but just saying. I'm gonna avoid that question. Tell me, what else can you tell me about Dr.
I spied on Dr. Dekker, not long before he was murdered. I'm not sure I should tell you what I saw
they got
in
one
his
page
basement.
back. Hold on, wait, what?
I spied on Dr. Dekker, not long before he was murdered. I'm not sure I should tell you what I saw
No, tell me what you saw.
in his basement.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. If he says he saw a bitch in his basement, that means what old girl said was true. There's some other freaky shit going on. What if Dr. Dekker died, but he wants to be reanimated? And so he's using these people who've already done it before. Oh my god. New puppet combo game? A new one? No. What's it called? I know they were talking about transferring some over to console that they have available already. What did you see in the
I'd
basement?
been feeling uneasy with Dr. Dekker for some time. I mentioned how he'd changed before, so I began spying on him at home. One night, the basement door was open, and Dekker was returning upstairs. I skipped past him, and there she was, a girl. It was difficult to tell. It was dark, and she was chained.
Oh, what if he released her? What if he let her go? Shit, that means the I stabbed my husband bitch is telling the truth. I mean, yeah, she appears very normal. It's just her conversation is crazy as fuck. But if she's telling the truth, she's not that crazy, is she? Night at the gates of hell. Oh, hell no. Not by Papa Combo. Not on duty. Sorry. I'm about to look it up, but I haven't heard of that yet. Tell me about... Okay, what did you do with the chain girl? I think he's gonna say he released her.
I removed the chains, dressed her, and sat her in the police station. There's no evidence, though. No evidence of what he'd done. But she was free. I saved her. I'm not evil. I destroyed evil.
Okay. I don't have extra hours.
Thank God for that. There's someone else in my hour. A hooded figure, watching me and following me. I followed it too.
Okay. Where did you follow the...
Whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't want to catch me yet. If I move towards it, it runs away. And when I follow it past temptations. A bar brawl, an open till, an open bedroom window. Like it's testing me.
A bar brawl? I don't know, that might be a little tempting. Like, y'all in here scrapping? Let me see.
I split the brawl up.
Okay. And about the open till?
I did nothing. I'm not stealing any more.
Oh. What about the bedroom window?
I looked in. Watching other people is somehow built into our genes, Doctor. There was an old woman in bed. I went inside. Her bed covers were smoking. I think she'd fallen asleep holding a cigarette. I took the covers and put them in the bath. She'd have died otherwise. And no, I didn't take any pictures.
Well, I didn't think you would. You know, I was like, hey, let me get this house fire under control. Alright, who's the hooded figure?
I don't know who it is. My initial thought was that it was you. That I told you about my affliction and somehow you'd got it too. Now I think maybe it's the
we know why
military
them shoes was
or
burning.
some organization that wants to use the hour themselves. Maybe it's Dr. Dekker risen from the dead. I need to talk to you about him.
Yes, talk to us about Dr. Dekker. Matter of fact, tell me about the paper spike, because it keeps fucking popping
Dr.
up.
Dekker frequently used that paper spike on his desk as an example. I'm sure he did it with the other patients too. He'd make me look at it, touch the point to see how sharp it was. He'd tell me that because I think it's sharp, it will hurt me. But if I thought it was nothing, it could pass right through my hand.
Okay. Why would the military be following you?
I'm surprised I haven't been approached earlier. I mean, my skills and the military. Special ops would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Waltz in past everyone during the midnight hour, get whatever you want, and return to friendly soil. It also makes me think that they might already know all of that, and that they want to get rid of me in case I tell anyone else. Would you do something for me if...
Oh boy.
If they get me?
If they get you? Okay. Yeah, I'll do
Would
something.
you tell Jessica I love her? She didn't really know me that well, but I did love her. And also, there's a hard drive in the bottom drawer of my drinks cabinet. Please destroy it. Please, don't look at it.
Okay, hear me out. What if they're all telling the truth? Like, all these stories technically would just seem to an average person, like you and I, crazy as fuck. But what if they're just telling the truth? Or working together, devise this crazy ass story so that they all could be looking crazy as hell. But what if they are telling the truth? Remember he said they found artifacts at that church and they were confiscating them? And he said he wished he never said anything. So what if the Nathan guy said there was some sort of... No, he told us that he found a chess piece, the queen. But the Nathan guy said that he had found a Cthulhu looking thing, right? And we all know the story behind Cthulhu. So what if he found a Cthulhu thing, he didn't tell us, he might have told Dr. Dekker, and that might have been the reason that the resurrection was allowed. Oh my god, why are we doing this to ourselves? Okay, if we can check and see if Iris went to the hospital, to the police station. Have you seen
Jessica is a beautiful woman. I've not spied on her since the incident.
Shall we clear the web browsers?
I have real feelings
you
for
don't
her,
wanna do that.
Doctor. We've never connected.
If push comes to shove, your close friend dies, clear all the web browsers. Off gate. Off fucking gate. Maybe you should try talking.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. It's nice you think I'm capable of such basic interaction with females.
Try not calling female.
But I'm still in awe of her, really. I will think about it, though.
Okay. How's your job?
I put my hand through a rusty nail at work today. It hurt like hell and bled like I'd been shot. I closed my eyes and thought, this isn't happening. The nail is just a worm, and it will wriggle through me. When I looked back, can you guess what I saw?
A nail?
When I looked back at my hand, it was healed. Look, see?
Okay, crazy. How did your hand heal?
My hand had healed. The nail had become a worm, and was wriggling in my palm. It was like a little miracle. Like magic.
Do you think magic healed your...
I shouldn't really say miracle or magic. They're words that Dr. Dekker used when he tried to get you to think things and make them real. But do you think it's real, Doctor? That magic is real?
Okay, you guys are asking me. No.
And so it isn't. I envy you, Doctor. I wish I could be so sure.
Yo, I don't like the shade you just threw my way, fam. Why did you say aft portside?
I find using nautical terms to describe the position of pallbearers fitting. Plus, most of them are 3 sheets to the wind. You know, drunk.
Alright, we're done questioning him. Alright, Jaya. Okay, this is our personnel workforce. Who else we gotta talk to? Professor Warwick. The fuck is this guy? Alright, let's talk to Jaya first. Any news on Ben?
I think that's all settled now. We are agreeing to pay Ben £5,000 and he's agreeing not to say anything about what he saw.
Okay, that's cool. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm ready for my grief counselling. I emailed you Mariana's address. I don't know why you'd want it. I suppose you're going to start doing home visits now, like Dr. Dekker?
He was doing home visits? Hold up. Why would I want Mariana's address?
Doctor, if you don't want it, don't text me and ask for it. It's all right. I don't mind doing menial tasks for you. Someone has to do them.
I didn't text you nothing, homie. What are you talking about?
Yes, Dr. Dekker started doing home visits for Mariana. He said she couldn't concentrate properly in his office. I hope you're not thinking of doing the same thing. I need you right where I can see you.
Oh, shit. It's just so much to unpack right here. Alright, what did Ben see?
He thought he saw a creature coming out of Dr. Dekker's mouth. Well, at least that's the reason he's given for not emptying the bins that night. Either way, it's not the kind of publicity that we need. Shiny, happy, sane people.
See, shit is getting real creepy now, okay? Anything else you want to share about?
Some mornings I come into work and still expect him to be here. Sometimes it feels like he actually is here, watching over me. We had a connection. It's gone now, though. Can't have a connection with the dead, can you? Not for too long, anyway.
What connection?
Dr. Dekker asked me to have dinner with him for Valentine's. I refused, obviously, because you don't sleep where you eat or something like that. But it was flattering, especially with competition like Mariana around.
You say you don't sleep where you eat. You don't shit where you eat. That's the saying. But alright. Is Mariana a competition? I didn't think she was.
Sorry, I didn't mean I was competing. I was happy Mariana was going out with him. I didn't want to be romantic with him. We had a stronger connection than that.
Tell me about the paper spike.
It's in that police report that I gave to you. You should really take a look at it.
What did you do on Valentine's?
I was at home on my lonesome, Doctor, like I said before.
Okay, Jaya. Why was it a stronger connection?
Dr. Dekker and I shared some philosophy. We'd both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind, and we agreed with a lot of what it said. Have you read that book, Doctor?
No.
In Cult of the Kinetic Mind, the author suggests that everyone is capable of psychokinesis and that the cult leaders specifically had these powers that turned their followers into disciples. It's not a fun read, but if you're into psychology, it's a blast.
Okay. What is psychokinesis? It sounds familiar. It's like telekinesis in a way, isn't it? Maybe altering something just with your mind, not necessarily moving it, but altering.
Psychokinesis is the ability to change the physical world without actually touching it, just by using your mind.
Okay.
It's not just about bending spoons. It covers all sorts of things like telepathy, telekinesis, telesabalas. Shoot me, I'm a Kojak fan.
Oh, Kojak. Is it common?
No, not at all in my experience. Dr. Dekker had an unusual number of patients who claimed psychokinesis. Either he'd been specifically looking for them or someone had been sending them.
See, that's interesting that she says that. Do you believe in it?
Like I said, all those cool things are in Cult of the Kinetic Mind, apart from Kojak, obviously. If you ever get a patient who thinks they can change the world with just their mind, then duck, just in case they can. But seriously, do a whole load of shrinking and make them better. Whether you believe in psychokinesis or not, you'll need to figure out your approach with those that do.
Okay. Why would someone send psychokinetic patients here?
It's entirely possible that someone is targeting this practice with psychokinetic patients. To what end, I don't know. It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are diagnosed as insane, or at least temporarily insane. It's a handy diagnosis if you're facing criminal prosecution, especially if it's for murder.
Like Claire?
How do you make people who think they have special powers better? Do you remain passive and support, encourage them, take them away? Checks and balances, Doctor. Somebody needs to be watching the watchman, so to speak. Make sure you're helping, not hindering.
Was Dr. Dekker helping or hindering?
He probably did his fair share of helping and hindering. He was definitely helping in the beginning, but then seemed to lose sight of things.
Okay. How did he lose sight of things?
I think he was so overwhelmed by the patients he was getting. His curiosity just got the better of him. There was a definite turning point.
Oh my god, what was the turning point? What are you doing to me?
Somewhere around the time Professor Alderby turned up, that seemed to unsettle him. And then we had a flood of extra weird patients. I think it was all too much for him. I think I misjudged him. I hope you deal with it better.
Shall we talk about grief?
Grief is such a strange word if you keep saying it. Grief, grief, grief. It sounds like somebody's being whipped. And you're going to ask me how I feel today?
Alright, powers. Be passive, encourage their powers, remove their powers. Be passive.
Things could escalate. Building trust is one thing, but at what cost?
Damn it. So we didn't talk to her. Why couldn't Mariana concentrate at the office?
Honestly, I think Dr. Dekker had a bit of a crush on Mariana, or vice versa. I'm not really sure. There's some footage from their home sessions if you want to see them.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. But probably not on Twitch.
That was a joke, Doctor. I guess we found our level.
What do you know about Dekker's mom? She was joking.
Dr. Dekker did send me to see his mother once. She was dying in a nursing home and he didn't want to see her. I remember him calling her a manipulative, evil old hag. You tend not to ask any more questions after that.
At a nursing home. Eileen works at a nursing home.
I didn't really speak to Nathan that much at all, but I have this strange feeling that I know him really well. I can't quite put my finger on it. Oops, that was a strange thing to say, wasn't it? Whipped. Am I all whips and chains in the bedroom or dominant in the boardroom? Don't answer that, it's not a question. It's early days for a harassment suit yet, what with Ben's nervous shock already.
Okay, let's go, Professor Warwick.
Professor Warwick, I'm a physicist. Where's Dr. Dekker?
Oh, gotta break the news with us.
Is he really? Actually dead? Not a worthy adversary after all, then.
Adversary.
Dr. Dekker challenged me. He tried to use my theories against me. Quantum theories.
Okay, and what theories are those?
Do you really want to know? Dekker's eyes used to glaze over whenever we talked about that. He didn't believe in quantum physics. As if it's something that you can optionally believe in. Well, it started with an experiment.
I'm gonna be real, like, he just started talking that little bit, I started yawning. What was the experiment?
Have you heard of quantum suicide, Doctor?
What? Hell no. No, I have not.
Quantum suicide is a thought experiment that tries to explain the many worlds theory. You're looking at me blankly. I can see that you don't understand. I knew you wouldn't. Alternate universes.
Why does it
Essentially,
sound like that?
if I were to shoot myself, then in some alternate universe, I'd still be alive.
Okay.
Now imagine if I could actually choose that universe. I'm taking a product off a supermarket shelf. Well, I simply applied that logic to something different.
What the fuck are we talking about, bro?
Gambling. I set up an experiment whereby I would visit a casino and place a very large bet at the roulette table. Now, I would always bet on odd. Now, the results of this particular experiment were mundane. I won as many times as you would expect according to the laws of probability. But then, I changed a parameter.
How did you change the parameter?
Quantum suicide required a loss of life to make it a realistic thought experiment. So I simply upped the stakes. Now, every time I bet on odd, I would place everything I had on that one spin of the wheel, and it worked. Well, for a while.
Okay. Why did it stop working?
Dr. Dekker killed it, and I can't get it back.
Okay. What did he kill?
Well, my theory, quantum gambling. If the stakes are high enough, you will win every time by simply shifting your consciousness into that branch that wins. It's tricky, but it can be done. Dr. Dekker didn't like that. He saw me becoming rich and powerful, and he hated that. That's why he proffered the hangman's paradox.
He did what? Hold on, I have my eyes closed. He did what? Hold on.
Well, my theory, quantum gambling. If the stakes are high enough, you will win every time by simply shifting your consciousness into that branch that wins. It's tricky, but it can be done. Dr. Dekker didn't like that. He saw me becoming rich and powerful, and he hated that. That's why he proffered the hangman's paradox.
Okay, what the hell is the Hangman's Paradox?
Well, imagine a judge sentences you to death. Now, it will be Monday or Tuesday next week, but it will be a surprise. Well, which day do you think you'll be executed? Well, it can't be Tuesday, because if you're still alive on Monday at midnight, then you know you'll be executed on Tuesday, so it won't be a surprise. Conversely, it can't be Monday either, because, well, you'll be expecting it to be Monday by deduction. Hence, a paradox. Dr. Dekker tricked me.
I'm sensing, dude, what were you doing on Valentine's Day? How about that?
Honestly? Well, I think he feared quantum physics. He didn't like things being explained in terms of science. Almost as if he'd have preferred chaos.
See, they're bringing up, like, this whole thing, everybody's coming back around for a full circle. Alright, hold on. Why gambling?
Why not gambling? My wife, Vanessa, left me for a neurosurgeon. She emptied our entire combined wealth into her barrister's wallet. I needed more money. Physics provided me with a solution.
Like, no matter how much you guys love your significant other, you have things together, you need things separately. I don't give a fuck who you are, what you are. I don't give a fuck if it's a Cash App, PayPal, savings account somewhere. Have your own shit on the other side somewhere, always. Period. I recommend it. I have my own. I recommend my husband have his own. It's just shit happens, and that's just what it is. It's nothing to be offended over. Alright, we need to ask Mariana about Dekker's home visits. Okay, she said Dekker's home visits, and she's waking up naked on the beach, then how do we know he's not doing something to her? I don't fucking know, but this is some weird shit now. Alright, how did Dekker trick you?
He told me that sometime in the future I would lose a bet, that I would lose all of my money. Now, this didn't seem likely because I had quantum gambling on my side and it was working. But he unnerved me. He made me doubt myself. And then it happened. Recently, I lost everything that I'd managed to build up since Vanessa left me.
Okay. Tell me about your wife.
We were married for 14 years, 7 months, and 3 days.
Wow, okay.
Vanessa couldn't have children. At least that's what she told me. She grounded me in reality. I'm not complaining. It's probably what I needed. Part of me always thought that one day I'd achieve immortality through science and be. It wasn't to be, though. Well, yes, it bothered me, especially now that I find out that she's pregnant. Oh, no, it wasn't a rocket scientist that was required, but a brain surgeon, it seems. I have considered putting that neurosurgeon onto his darkest timeline. But I'm not a killer, it would seem. I was at a fundraiser for a charity called Mindstretch Outreach. Don't know how I got roped into that, I can't remember. But it was full of very clever children with bizarre outlooks on life. And Jaya. It was Jaya who asked me to go. It's full of poor kids with very capable minds. I did give them a talk on quantum tunneling once, and they loved it. Not sure it'll put dinner on the table for any of them, though.
Okay. What is quantum tunneling?
Oh, you're going to have to Google that, Doctor, I'm afraid. I'm not a walking Wikipedia. I'd love to tell you, but I am paying you by the hour. Maybe look up Schrodinger's cat whilst you're there.
Okay. Challenge accepted. Come on, Google. And he said quantum tunneling. There we go. Quantum tunneling is a phenomenon in which particles penetrate a potential energy barrier with a height greater than the total energy of the particles. The phenomenon is interesting and important because it violates the principles of classical mechanics. What the fuck did I just say? What did I just say? What? Okay, so let's see. What makes quantum tunneling possible? Tunneling is a quantum mechanical phenomenon when a particle is able to penetrate through a potential energy barrier that is higher in energy than the particle's kinetic energy. Microscopic particles play important roles in explaining several physical phenomena, including radioactive decay. Huh. What about he said look up whose cat? Share what the fuck is that? Hold on.
Oh, you're going to have to Google that, Doctor, I'm afraid. I'm not a walking Wikipedia. I'd love to tell you, but I am paying you by the hour. Maybe look up Schrodinger's cat whilst you're there.
Alright, so in quantum mechanics, Schrodinger's cat is a thought experiment that illustrates a paradox of quantum superposition. In the thought experiment, a hypothetical cat may be considered simultaneously both alive and dead as a result of its fate being linked to a random subatomic event that may or may not occur. So, if you place a cat in something that could kill the cat, like a radioactive atom, in a box and seal it, you would not know if the cat was dead or alive until you opened the box. So that until the box was open, the cat was in a sense both dead and alive. So that's what Schrodinger's cat was talking about. So what does this have to do with this here? Old girl's husband. We know that she stabbed him and he died, but he's walking around in her house. He's alive and dead. But why? Alright, how would he know?
Oh, she's Dr. Dekker's lovely assistant. I imagine she's your lovely assistant now. Yeah, she always smiles and makes me a cup of tea before a session. Smile. Which reminds me, my session. Can we talk about my problem now?
Yeah, yes we can.
I'm not a gambler, Doctor. I'm a scientist. I need more money. It's true I've run out of money for my research. An opportunity has arisen.
Oh, okay. What research? What opportunity? No, what research?
Quantum gambling. It's a pet project. It's got nothing to do with work. But if I don't have significant amounts of money to lose, then there won't be enough jeopardy for the experiment to work.
Okay. Sounds like you have a gambling problem.
A very wealthy group of individuals have offered to pay me a very large sum of money if I attend their next private soiree. They don't want to talk or anything like that. They want a practical demonstration.
Hmm. Who do you work for?
Well, the Ministry of Defense, of course. Guns aren't going to win the next war. Quantum physics is.
Alright, cool. I feel like he's onto something there, to be honest with you.
They'll pay me £1 million if I can successfully survive 6 rounds of Russian roulette. Now, I am worried because of what Dr. Dekker said, but, well, I can't help but thinking that the stakes are so high I can't possibly lose. What do you think, Doctor? Should I take them up on their offer?
Hold up. Hold on. Hold on. He said they will give him £1 million if he survives 6 rounds of Russian roulette. Isn't there only 1 bullet in a chamber of 6? A gun that has 6 chambers and you put a bullet randomly into one of them and spin it around. That's Russian roulette, right? So if you were to click the gun 5 times and survive, they're paying him £1 million to survive that 6th click, which would obviously contain the bullet. Like, what the what? I can't tell you to do that, dude. No. I can't.
No, I suppose you're right.
Yeah, I'm right.
In a darker timeline, you probably said yes and I'm dead now. I earn good money where I work. How do I stop losing it?
Stop gambling.
I take your point. But I suppose to decide whether to continue gambling or to stop gambling is a gamble within itself, isn't it? Well, my time is up. Will we be having another session or... No, don't answer that. It'll turn you into a gambler like me. Infectious, isn't it?
Nathan, get up. How are you today, Nathan? What?
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore? And thanks for the dating advice, by the way.
Okay. Cool. Did you follow my dating advice?
I signed up for a dating website. It's a bit easy, to be honest. If I message something they don't like, I change it when the day replays. It's not very honest.
Alright. He's the smart one. Let's see. Wait, what? Yeah, he's a smart one. Let me see. Do you know about the paper strike?
I didn't notice Dr. Dekker had a paper spike. I haven't really seen more than a foot in front of me since Hannah died.
Well, that's no fucking good, is it?
If I'm being honest, I'd probably rather ask out one of the patients I've seen here. The friendly redhead with the accent.
Talking about butt naked girl.
I've told you all I know about Dr. Dekker. He started out good, then turned a bit crazy towards the end. When you start giving people more problems as a therapist, that's a bit crazy.
What problems did Dekker give you?
Started out with depression. Now I seem to repeat days. Even if you don't believe the repeat days, then I clearly have extra mental health problems that he's given me.
Why was Dekker crazy?
I think that he possibly cursed other people, a bit like he cursed me. Sometimes you could see he was bursting to tell me about it, but he couldn't. He was ecstatic with power.
How did he curse you?
Curse. Well, remembered. I was hoping he'd forget. It's going to sound crazy. Dr. Dekker said I would never be able to move forward until I came to terms with my grief. And so from this point on, I start to relive the same day over and over again until I made something of it. I believed him.
Why?
I didn't want to believe him. I remember I said, you can't just say things and they happen. He laughed and laughed. I think he was going mad. He said he'd give me a demonstration.
What demonstration?
He held his hand outstretched and told me to look at the flame. There was no flame, and then there was. He was holding a flame in his hand that had come out of nowhere. And he tried to hypnotize me to make me forget it. I didn't forget seeing the flame. He wanted me to forget it all, but I didn't. For whatever reason, he couldn't undo what he'd done. I was scared. I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
Smart man. You know what, Nathan? Even though you were highly obsessed with your dead girlfriend, I must say you're quite the shocker right here. That was a good move right there, buddy. Good move. Why were you scared?
I was scared what Dr. Dekker would do to me if he found out I still knew. So I had to play along. Keep coming to the sessions. Pretend I hadn't seen what he'd done. It was awful, because I was suffering through the same days over and over again. But I couldn't talk to him about it, because he'd know.
Whew. He's way stronger than I thought. Okay, like, here's a thought, okay? Everybody's talking to me. I'm the new doctor. But what if I'm really just Dr. Dekker? And I'm just talking to them to see what they would say to me. I don't know. Why did he want you to forget?
He'd become bored of me. So I got much of my insight from calls or messages he'd take during our sessions. I think because he hypnotized me, he didn't want to play with me anymore. So I got basic therapist.
What's a basic therapist?
He told me lots of people get depression. To become more active, to see more people. And although he wouldn't always be there to listen, Jaya would be.
Do you know Jaya well?
Yeah, I talked to her quite a lot. I'm not sure how many days of that she'd remember. She seemed to care, which is more I can say for Dekker.
What happened with the Salvation Army bin?
I accidentally put Hannah's diary into a Salvation Army donation bin. They're like huge post boxes with a circular tray that makes sure things spill to the bottom. I tried to get in to get it back, but I gave up.
Did you read the diary?
I read the last few weeks of Hannah's diary a while ago. I must have accidentally dropped in some clothes for the Salvation Army bin. It's funny, because I wasn't going to read it. She said she'd fallen out of love with me. That she was going to break off the engagement. That she didn't love me anymore. I regretted it.
Yeah.
I regretted that I mourned for Hannah so long. I regret the grief. I regret all the days I slept through because of it. Had I known she didn't love me anymore, things would have been different. I'm a bit angry now. If I had that day over again, I may just still pull out in front of the driver.
Ooh, shit. Did you kill Dekker so you wouldn't have to suffer through the repeat days?
I didn't kill Dr. Dekker. I wanted to be as far away from him as possible. I don't know who did.
Okay. Alright, Nathan, we believe you. Jesus. Well, well, well. Isn't it Mariana, redhead butt naked girl? Have you had any more blackouts?
I've had no blackouts, and I haven't been to the beach since our last session. But I think I will today. Do you want to come with me to the beach?
No. Dude, I don't know why you think I like you. Can't. Do you know anything about the paper swipe?
Dr. Dekker used to put my checks on that thing. I guess someone thought they weren't getting value for money.
You mentioned checks.
I actually don't have a lot of money. Sometimes a therapy check would bounce, but Dr. Dekker would be okay with it. Oh, my checks are fine though, don't worry.
Yeah. Do you have money problems?
I'm not broke. Men buy me drinks at bars though. Sometimes I'll get away with not paying at restaurants. Isn't that how it is for everybody?
Do you often go to bars and restaurants?
I mainly like drive-thrus. I don't like crowds, and I find it difficult to stay in the same place for too long. I guess I'm a fidget.
You dislike crowds but visit nightclubs.
Crowds at nightclubs and bars are different. The lights are dim. You can slink around without attracting too much attention.
I don't think you go anywhere without attracting too much attention, sweet. Alright. Maybe someone should come with you to the beach.
Doctor, I think you're getting a little anxious. If you ever wanted to visit the beach, you can just turn up. It's not mine.
I wasn't talking about me, bruh. How are you today?
I'm okay. Thanks for asking. It's rent day, and I always feel a little blue on rent day.
What's rent day?
Rent day is the day I pay rent to my landlady.
Before you mentioned something beautiful.
You've got a good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light. Deep in the ocean somewhere. I head towards it because it's warm and glowing. Like a beacon. And when I'm at the bottom, it's the most beautiful thing. Like a welcoming sun. Like I'm home. And then I wake up.
Huh.
You've got a good memory, Doctor. Let's talk dreams. Sometimes I'll dream about a light. Deep in the ocean somewhere. I head towards it because it's warm and glowing, like a beacon. And when I'm at the bottom, it's the most beautiful thing. Like a welcoming sun. Like I'm home. And then I wake up.
Like, the way she described that made me think that she was hypnotized. Maybe that's where her blackouts are coming from. Maybe her blackouts are coming from the home visit that Dr. Dekker was doing.
It's so beautiful. It calls me. It's like I'm in a trance. What does the dream mean, Doctor? You think I'm lying? Wow. That's gonna help with our trust issues.
No, that's not what I was saying. Okay.
Sometimes I'll kiss a guy in a club, and then he just follows me. Wherever I go. It's creepy.
It's creepy that you're kissing
I
strange
don't
guys.
want everyone seeing that.
Look at her chain. I didn't realize it was an octopus. It was actually, it looks like Cthulhu from over here. Where do people follow you?
They follow me. Wherever I go. Anywhere. Where do you think they follow me, Doctor?
I don't fucking know.
It depends where they follow me. If they follow me home, they bang on the door for an hour or so, then leave. Other places, they just disappear. I don't see them again.
What do you mean they disappear?
They don't just disappear into thin air. I think they return to the place I found them. But I've not run into the same person twice.
Do people ever follow you home?
Yes. They follow me home. They're silent. It's like a trance.
And you're okay with them buying you drinks?
It's just good manners to accept when someone offers to buy you a drink. I'm a very good-natured girl.
But you don't drink. You see what I'm saying? Look, she throws me off. Oh, they follow you to bed?
There was one guy. A real gym body. I let him into the bedroom, but nothing. Nothing I did would stop him just staring at me. It was creepy. I got him to follow me outside, and then I just shut the door.
Why are you good-natured?
Don't you think I'm sweet, Doctor?
No, I think you sneaky as fuck. Talk to me about Dekker.
Are we still talking about him? And I thought you were just interested in me, Doctor. Dr. Dekker suggested home visits. I think he was probably checking up on his investment. You're not thinking of doing home visits, are you, Doctor?
Hell no.
That's good. I'm not sure I can afford any more of your time.
What does that mean?
I think you're falling for me, Doctor. Don't let that get in the way of helping me.
Don't flatter your fucking self. Alright, what are we missing here? Nathan says he talked to Jaya a lot, so that's... Alright, she's done. We're done talking to her. Alright, here comes Elaine. We've got a lot to talk about, Miss Elaine. Now that we know Dr. Dekker's mother might have been in your care. Say how you doing.
I'm okay, I suppose. Work's fine. Hilda's fading fast. Terry's Terry. I feel a bit sad, to be honest. I gave all my keepsakes back. It's true then. I'd heard Dr. Dekker was stabbed, but I didn't know for sure. It's weird that whoever did it would choose the paper spike.
Why was it weird that the paper spike was used?
Dr. Dekker used to play with it in our sessions sometimes. You know, pick it up, handle it while we talked. I remember once, he pushed the spike through his skin. At this bit, here, between his thumb and his finger. He said he didn't think I'd mind the sight of blood, being a nurse and all that, but actually, there wasn't any.
Huh. What wasn't
I was
there?
a bit freaked out. At first, I thought it was a trick. A magic trick, you know? Like some kind of therapeutic test. Show the patient this retractable spike and see how they react. But it wasn't. The spike was real.
They in some black magic voodoo shit now. Hold on, why did you give your shit back?
Well, I thought about it. And well, I know you said it was okay, that I should keep them, but maybe it did look a bit suspicious, me having things that have belonged to patients who've died in my care. I don't want people to get the wrong idea about me. The locket, the watch, the ring.
I'll get the ring.
Even the little bird Sarah Dekker gave me. I wasn't supposed to mention her.
Why weren't you?
Dr. Dekker's mother. She was one of my first patients, but she died a while ago.
Why do you feel sad?
I know it's silly, but those things meant a lot to me. They were reminders that I'd helped those people.
Okay.
Dr. Dekker gave me the paper spike to try. It wasn't fake. It was pretty sharp, actually. I don't know how he did it. He said he just thought that it wouldn't hurt him, so it didn't.
How's Hilda?
Hilda's nearing the end. She's been sleeping a lot, not eating much. She hasn't been that argumentative either. Although, she did give me a vicious scratch yesterday.
Why did she scratch you?
It was nothing. I was just trying to give her meds. It's hard, you know? I'm trying to help her, but she keeps fighting me. It'll be better after she's seen her daughter. I've decided I'm going to do it tonight. She hasn't got much time left.
Do what tonight? Come on, keep up. Keep up. She's talking about changing to her
You know
daughter.
the answer to that, Doctor.
Damn.
What have we been talking about? What can I do for Hilda that will make it all better? That's the plan. I know, it sounds unbelievable, like I'm making it up. I wish I could prove it to you somehow. We could try shifting now. Think of someone you really love. It might help if you close your eyes.
No.
Are you thinking of them? Can you picture them? Okay, hold on. sorry. I don't think it's going to work. On the bright side, that probably means you're not going to die anytime soon.
Yeah, thanks, bro. What do you say when you shift?
It's tricky. I mean, I'll sound exactly like Hilda's daughter, but I try and keep it vague because I don't become her. I don't know what she would really say. I say things like, it's okay, don't be scared, I love you, Mum, or I love you, Dad. But it doesn't really matter what their relationship's like because it's not really them. I always do the Disney version. The best, most loving version. That's what my patients want to hear. And maybe deep down they know it's not the truth, but it's got to be better than the reality.
Why bother shifting if patients know it's not the truth?
Does it really matter if it isn't the truth? Isn't it worth it if it brings them peace? Tell me honestly, Doctor, do you really think that what I'm doing is wrong?
Not really, to be honest. How's Terry?
Terry seems to have backed down since I gave the keepsakes back. Actually, it doesn't seem like she's been very well. Not her usual self. Maybe she's got a bug or something.
You done poisoned that bitch.
Good. Because I really feel this is something I have to do.
Why did you say I'm not going to die soon?
As far as I know, it only works on people who are close to death. That's the whole point of it. I have to hold their hand, and they have to think of the person, and they have to be near death. And those seem to be the 3 criteria.
Okay. Why didn't you want me to know about Sarah Dekker?
It just makes things complicated, doesn't it? I knew Dr. Dekker's mother before I started seeing Dr. Dekker. She's dead, and now he's dead. I'm sure you're going to have a field day with it. Yeah, that's the reason I came to see him. I knew she was dying, but he refused to talk to me unless I booked a session, so I did. And well, here we are.
Why did Dr. Dekker refuse to talk about his mom?
I told Dr. Dekker that his mum was dying, that he should see her before it's too late. But he wasn't interested. It wasn't like he hated her. It was just like it wasn't important. He asked me to take care of it for him. He did send his assistant along to see her once. Sorry, your assistant.
What did Dr. Dekker mean by take care of it?
It was about the 2nd, 3rd session we had. He said he could tell that I was a good person, that I wanted to help people, and that I should think really hard about how I could do that. That's how I discovered shifting. All Dr. Dekker did was encourage me to think. But the shifting, that's all me. And my mum's a psychic, and my sister's an empath, but I was just ordinary. I always felt like I wasn't special, like I was missing out. But I wasn't. I just hadn't discovered what I could do yet. Sarah Dekker was one of the first ones I tried shifting for. I didn't really know what I was doing that first time. I mean, I didn't actually expect anything to happen. I just thought, what would really help this woman? I thought maybe she would just imagine that he was there. But it actually happened. I changed into him. Dr. Dekker. It blew my mind. My mum's got these spirit guides and they tell her things. Mostly about my love life, it would seem. To tell you the truth, I don't really know what an empath is. I should probably Google it sometime.
Alright, we're done with asking and reading questions. Come on, Claire. No, I don't want to see Claire right now. Oh, I think we're down, everybody. Alright, let's go tomorrow, the next day.
You can stop looking at me like that. You've made me do this. And don't try and escape. You're all tied up. Now tell me the truth. Is this a dream? That's a good doctor. Yes, it's all a big dream. So let's get down to business. Do you believe that people can have kinetic powers? I think you like it when I hurt you, Doctor. That's a worrying sign. People obviously have kinetic powers. That's how I'm here, testing you. Now, how do we treat people with kinetic powers? Do we encourage them or do we discourage them? Very good, Doctor. That's the right answer. Remember it, or there will be consequences. Now, since I'm here, let's have a little bit of fun. Shall we, Doctor?
This bitch can cut my eyes out.
There's someone else in my hour.
I brought David back to life.
I removed the chains, dressed her.
It was Iris.
We could try shifting now.
Would you like to see David, Doctor?
Sorry.
We've both read The Cult of the Kinetic Mind.
I'm not broke.
It's no coincidence that most psychokinetic patients are
Grateful if you could see your way to declaring me
insane, or at least
temporarily insane.
There was no flame. And then there was.
I'll kiss a guy,
I pretended like the hypnosis had worked.
and then he just follows me
Can we maybe not talk about Hannah anymore?
wherever I go.
You may just still pull out in front of the driver.
Morning, Doctor. You're looking a bit unwell. Are they getting you all wound up? Well, have a look at this. I found it in Dropbox. Apparently, Dr. Dekker lent Mariana some money. Sounds dodgy, doesn't it? I also got the toxicology report back from Officer Yates, and shocker, Dr. Dekker had... Sorry, you just have to read it. I should have spoiler alert tattooed on my forehead. And can we not do the grief counselling thing today? I'm all sorts of behind on work and I'm getting more stressed out watching it all pile up. If you need anything though, I'm here.
Alright, let's look at the evidence here. The loan agreement. £15,000. Arrangement fee, £1. Interest, 0. Okay, not bad. Terms, 36 months. By signing this agreement, the borrower agrees to accept the sum of the loan and to repay the loan in full within the term stated. The sum of the loan will be transferred by the lender within 14 days. Agreed that the loan shall attract no interest. In lieu of accruing interest, the lender has agreed to payment of the arrangement fee due. The lender also agrees to consider the loan repaid in full should they die or become subject to any power of attorney agreement, as long as this occurs within the term of the agreement. If I read that correctly, if I loan you $15,000 and I die, the loan is repaid. That's what it says. Yeah, you looking sus, Mariana. Alright, toxicology, let's go. Laboratory. Name, Dr. Dekker, sex male. Alcohol, ethanol positive, acetone negative. Drugs, benzoyl, which is temazepam, isn't that the sleeping medication that everybody is taking that he prescribed to? Okay. Do you take temazepam? Is Dekker an alcoholic? How about we leave? What the fuck are you doing on my couch, love?
I feel thirsty, Doctor. And hot. Do you have any water?
Hell nah. Go spit. Alright, let's get straight to it. Okay, why do you feel thirsty and hot?
I've been drinking a lot of water recently. I didn't go to the beach. I didn't go to the sea. I said I would, but I didn't. I've been feeling this way for a while. It's like it's getting worse because I didn't go to the sea. It's like I'm having... I don't feel well. I feel sick most of the time, dizzy, thirsty. I got a head fog like you wouldn't believe. My doctor, Dr. Rose, sent me for blood tests.
What are the blood tests for?
Dr. Rose thinks maybe I have a vitamin deficiency.
Okay.
I can tell she has no idea. She smiles, but she hasn't got any answers. I think I probably need to go back to the beach. See, Doctor? It's calling me. He lent me some money to start my business. It was a proper agreement. I remember signing things. He thought that a distraction would do me good. I don't think he expected me to trawl the beach for treasure and sell it online.
Need a distraction.
Dr. Dekker thought I had too much time on my hands, so a distraction would do me good. He lent me $15,000, all in all.
Okay. Do you take?
What's temazepam? Why are you asking? I don't take sleeping pills. Never have done. When you suffer blackouts already, you don't really get offered anything like that.
Has anyone followed you?
Do you forget anything from our sessions, Doctor? People follow me to the beach. I don't know who they are, and I don't know what happens to them. I don't always get followed, though, so it doesn't explain my blackouts. This sounds crazy, but I can hear the sea. It's like an alarm going off in my head. Do you know where the sea is? From here? It's over there. Wherever I am, I know exactly where the sea is. It's like a compass. I hear a sound like singing, calling me. It gets stronger when I face it, when I move towards it. That's how I know where the sea is. But when I don't go to the sea, I feel like the sound gets louder all the time. I'm having trouble sleeping. Perhaps I need sleeping tablets after all. I have this recurring dream. I'm at the beach. I strip and walk into the sea. The sea feels warm and comforting, not cold and harsh like you'd think. I swim down to the bottom of the ocean. I can breathe freely. I can breathe water. On the ocean floor ahead of me, there is a beautiful creature. A glowing being with wispy limbs. It's so warm. I'm transfixed. But my feet shift. I'm unsteady. Below me, the floor is woven in human flesh. Dead bodies, but some of them still struggling for life. These are the ones touching me, gripping my feet. I scream. That's when I wake up. Do you have that dream, Doctor?
Hell no, we don't have that damn dream. What the hell wrong with you? What's the glowing being?
It's a dream, Doctor. Stranger things happen in dreams.
Did we talk about my show?
I said I don't know what happens to them. It's not always to the beach. Sometimes they follow me home. My home is in Chantry. You know that. You rang my doorbell last night.
I did what?
I don't know. I didn't kiss you, but you just followed me, like the others. I don't feel comfortable here, Doctor. I'd like to leave. It's horrific and beautiful at the same time. If you say so, it must have been your twin then. I don't know if I have a twin. Do you have a twin, Doctor? I know you don't. It was definitely you, wearing what you're wearing now.
That's some weird shit, bro. How you gonna argue with me? I didn't do that.
He's the cute, sad-looking one, isn't he? He asked me out, and I said I'd let him know. Do you think I should go out with him? Okay, but if he goes missing, don't go looking at me.
I mean, what?
It's a referral letter, Doctor. Don't overthink it. A girl can't be too careful with everything that's been going on. No, there's been no dancing. I haven't been feeling that well, Doctor. You said it with such a serious look on your face, I almost believed you. It would be good if you had some kind of superpower that helped me, but I don't think so.
Alright, we're done with her.
Some people would say Dr. Dekker had a bit of a drinking problem. It got worse and then it got better when his confidence turned up. I think it was the stress of dealing with the new patients. I like the odd tipple. I've been known to drink, not as much at the moment, not as much as Dr. Dekker did. He kept at least one bottle in his